the new artifact domain. Fuck it to hell and back. It actually didn't go. The fuck just got knocked over? The hell was that? What the hell was that? I don't even see anything that could have fallen over. What? What? That's just gonna have to be a mystery then, isn't it? 1 second, let me turn the light on to make sure it wasn't anything important, otherwise I'm gonna get mad later. Oh god! That's Kurt. Oh god, that's Kurt! Jesus Christ! Okay? Huh. Okay. I can fix that without a ladder anyway, so. Alright. That's very disturbing. Actually, not gonna lie. Hey, Fusion. Hey, Secret. Sorry about that. I heard stuff falling on the other side of my room. And I was like, what the hell could have fallen? The answer is some of my Power Rangers figures. Thank you very much, JC, for updating the autopsy report. It's worth gonna serve that dirty, windy crime boy. Here's hoping. Yeah, a bunch of my, not a bunch, but a couple of my, my Power Ranger figure arts, took a tumble. You get no points for guessing which one of them was. Slightly disturbing. Would have been more disturbing if it happened before what happened last week happened, but still, nonetheless, slightly alarming. Alright, let's see. I did see that shit post you put way too much effort into, didn't you? It was something, alright. Do you want me to upload that one too, or? Alright, where's audio? Gameplay music! You have good music, play some. I'm thinking something's wrong with my headphones. On top of something being wrong with my Ranger figure arts, apparently. And also, 1 second, we're getting our good old friend
There's no
frame
such
dropping
thing as
again.
pure freedom in this world. Even the wind cannot blow on forever.
Anyway, the wind blows. Fucking goddamn, where is she? C1 Jean. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew there would come a day where she would ruin my life once I actually had her. Very, very appropriate time for it. But yeah, let's see. I leveled up this little shit as much as I could. And we're still dropping frames. I may have to restart or something. Oh my god. Oh, wait. There we go. My bad, I forgot I was still uploading stuff in the background. That's probably all it is. Okay. Okay, it should fix itself now. Sorry about that, if we're stuttering like crazy. That's my bad. That is entirely on me for once. Alright. When did I get this bitch face? By a mysterious stork. A mysterious stork leaving, using the $100 top off. I swiped. I haven't spent anything this month besides, I haven't bought anything this month for myself with my own money besides the Ryuki Blu-ray. Everything else I bought was with my Christmas money, so I swiped. I know. I'm a filthy, filthy, filthy dolphin. I still refuse to say I'm a whale. I'd have to actually think about how much I've spent and, like, compare what the threshold for a whale is considered. But I still consider myself a dolphin. Okay, alright, yeah, we should be good now. But yeah, I farmed the domain with pretty much every bit of resin I could. Did not come up with anything too good. But I came up, okay, so here, I came up with good stuff. The problem is, I'm a dolphin from Pokemon, I wish. Stand back, citizens! That would explain the All Might voice. I did get weirdly lucky in some regard, like I have this on element cup, which would be good if I could actually use it. I have crit rate with some decent crit damage on it, but I only have, the only decent weapons I have for him with crit damage is the stat instead of crit rate are 4 stars, so. Tommy, do you want out? I forgot you were down here. Tommy! I forgot he was passed out down here. He got fried chicken for dinner. So he got hit with the itis pretty bad. He's passed out in my beanbag. Christmas, please give you a moan again. I'll be praying for you. Where's Stu? Yeah, we gotta wait for Stu. Stu's gotta be here. Because today, now that I have him and I'm no longer in a crap mood, we are going to find out why this man is actually playable. Because, last we saw this boy, he had been robbed of the opportunity for godhood again. It's weird that it happened twice. He's got 2 nickels if nothing else. And kind of got knocked the fuck out. Nahida mentioned that she like had him in a recovery ward or some shit. But we didn't learn too much beyond that, so. Standardized shiny screenshots. I'd love to start looking for more. But it's kind of pointless without my 6IV4 in Ditto. You'll be blind for the Sarkon Quest secret. Cool, cool. But yeah, so I don't have the best equipment on him. I've been working on it, but he's pretty goddamn fun. Like even even if he were shit, quite frankly, just being able to do this bullshit would be pretty worth it. Not gonna lie. He is the living embodiment of that one meme of the guy floating down the hallway with the laser eyes. Behind the other guy running for his life. But yeah, let's go see what's up here. We got, oh, they popped this right into it. I'm glad I avoided that checkpoint.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay. That means facts and logic.
Dude, because I had to switch my commissions back to Inazuma, I just spent like the last month having to deal with that one guy trying to write a novel when I'm already finished with his shit. I am not helping you write a book.
Well, if it's facts
Never
and logic
again.
you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you?
Oh,
The Tatara Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Okay, never mind. I like this guy.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person.
Meanwhile, this voice does not suit this guy at all.
I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
You can take the Reddit out of Reddit, but you can't take the Reddit out of Reddit. Pretend that made sense. Hello, Neo. How you doing? Using this as copium for a 1,500-word essay you have to write? Oof. That's not too bad. That's not too much. As long as you have an idea of what you're doing, it'll fly by in no time. I'll be rooting for you. Hope we can make for some good background noise.
Yes, you came to me. So all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Okay, but...
Did one of them just mention Tatara Suna? But that's all the way in Inazuma! Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here is just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything.
Hey, Onio, got a similar screenshot with all your shinies.
Great! Let's go find out what this Tatarasuna mystery is all about.
We doing the newest quest? Yeah. Yeah, now that I'm not in a shitty mood after having to swipe for Scaramouche, we're gonna be figuring out why he's playable in the first place. Probably should have done it in this order, but hey. Probably should have done the quest and then roll for him, but well, new shiny things are shiny. But yeah, he's pretty interesting. I'm still trying to figure out good teams for him. Like I said, his equipment's pretty scuffed, and he's not as high level as he should be because I need to grind for books again, or just wait to get them from the battle pass, more likely. But yeah, the thing is, the reason I'm using with it actually really works out well. MiHoYo actually like put these things out in a smart way this time, because what he really needs, honestly, is a shielder. I don't think you necessarily have to run him with a shielder, but it helps a lot, because he can get shot out of the air pretty easily. And, yeah, obviously Zhongli is the best shielder in the game, but he doesn't exactly have a whole lot of synergy with him. And you really, really want to run him with Farizon, because she is like a god-tier support for him. So that's 2 slots taken out already. But Layla has a pretty good shield. Hers could be even better if I went full HP build on her, which I don't have right now. And, you know, her, the Cryo can actually interact with, Anemo for elemental reaction, so it's working out pretty good. Might be able to also sub her out for Diona, but I don't know. I gotta test him out more.
All right, I guess I'll
He's
go
also
with my
insanely
textual
fast, yes.
criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki
Someone may
Mono
guard
will
me swiping
end up
my
being
wall
the main
between the
focus
Wind
of this
Boys'
paper.
butt cheeks. Don't do that, please. Ninja, do not use your powers for evil.
If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
Yeah, the best part is if I ever got his signature weapon, he'd be even faster. Because that again, the whole reason I wanted that signature weapon was more for Mona, because it buffs attack speed. And the whole thing with Catalyst, using Catalyst users as a main DPS is that they're kind of slow. But if that thing buffs attack speed, then the possibilities. I'll see how much I get. I may do a couple of YOLO pulls on it, depending on like what the next banner looks like or when we get news about Al Hatham. But yeah, otherwise it's probably gonna be smarter to just wait for it to run on a. It's again the smarter order going forward needs to be to only pull on a weapon banner if I'm genuinely completely okay getting the same weapon for both. And a second Red Horn would not be the worst thing in the world, because Null can use it, quite a few Claymore users can use it, even if it's not their absolute best, because it's mainly for defense scaling, but yeah. There's no second character that I would use on the same team as him that I particularly want it for. Can't believe you have less than 30k now, Secret. At least we're back to full patch length. You'll be able to build it back up relatively soon, hopefully.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Patches are back to 6 weeks instead of 5.
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
I'll leave. I don't care about
No,
you people.
Of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
But yeah, if you are pulling on the weapon banner, just know that that bell, like if you're going for Itos instead, and you get his little tingling. It's not just good on him if you don't want him. Again, you could do DPS Mona you can meme DPS Mona like I do. It's really good on Hazo from what I understand. Klee might benefit from it somewhat because she's a little clunky as well.
Oh, Sawada, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kind of lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places.
Fuck the weapon, not gonna hurt yourself for that
Would you be able to
ninja,
tell us about Tatarasuna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
Yeah. Eventually it'll
I see.
rerun. Eventually he'll rerun with it and it'll run alongside like Nahida's weapon or somebody else's weapon that I missed. And I'll be able to get one or the other. Just gotta be patient, I know.
My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Why are we talking to these people instead of Scaramouche?
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Let me give you some background.
It's not
this
that
all
important,
started with the discovery
Yeah, he's
of
got
some
other good
records
options,
in
he does.
Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade. But in the end,
I believe I'm
he
running
threw
with
it
Sith on him
into
right
a
now.
fire to destroy it, and killed his
Borrowing it
servant
from Nahida.
Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows.
You're gonna come back
Apart
and
from the
Scaramouche is gonna be burning
swordmaker,
down the
his
library? I
servant,
mean, I
and
hope.
the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a kabuki mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger. Someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
Dress is funny, like wearing gigantic hats.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This Kabuki Mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without
Watching
a
from
trace.
work when it
And
actually
shortly
works,
afterwards,
Kaiser, hey.
as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kinda fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow, did I get lucky!
Stop shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out.
You're not
It
writing your
just
book,
so
you're
happens
talking to a
that
human
friend
being.
of mine works at the government records office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago. Even back then, Tatarasuna was already at the center of Inazuma's
This guy's VA is
smelting
genuinely
industry.
too good for an
The man in
NPC.
charge was a government official named Niwa.
You can tell this guy's
Curiously
having fun.
enough, it seems like he went missing too.
This is just Ninja when he goes on lore dumps.
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in this story now?
Okay.
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
We getting into the whole thing with
the swordsmiths? Yeah,
with Kazuha's
like Ishin
family.
art and so on?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan.
Yep.
The last practitioners of Ishin art.
Enjo, God,
Something
I hope
then
we see
seems to have
Enjo again
happened in the
soon.
Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
Maybe he'll show up in that Inazuma event that's gonna start later on. Isn't that new Inazuma event supposed to be like horror themed? It's like a courage test kind of thing. Maybe Enjo will pop up there and pretend to be spooky before we realize, oh, it's just Enjo. He's not gonna hurt anyone.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According
Who's
to
Pete?
information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabuki Mono was not a human, but a puppet.
Okay, so it is him.
A puppet?
The Shogun puppet that the Electro Archon made should be ruling Inazuma with her as we speak. It couldn't be her. We know this! Why are we acting dumb? We literally know this. Miko told us all of this already. Has to be the Balladeer. But what was he doing 400 years ago in Tatasaruna?
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
Solid Snake is not the same as Big Boss, but Naked Snake is Big Boss, and the Boss is the same as Big Boss. Noted! Paimon. Shush.
No, Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
That has the same energy
I
of me
agree.
explaining the
It
differences
does.
between all the Goros.
But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
I actually can't read. Fuck you.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
Bruh. Bruh. No.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded
How
in
about
facts.
no?
I don't think explaining everything away
You
with
boring
mysterious
NPC
forces will cut it.
bastard.
Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
I mean, it depends. It's like the Amityville horror bullshit. It's like you have to kind of embellish things a little if you're making a movie or whatever. It just depends on how you're trying to sell it. Are you trying to sell it as pure history, or are you trying to sell it as a form of entertainment? Have you ever written before, dude?
Akaba,
You're writing
look.
apparently
Your
something.
teacher has researched this extensively. I've
You are
reached
not
out to
doing
everyone I could
LaForge.
think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
I don't care.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay.
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know.
I
Thanks
won't.
so much.
Unless the game makes me. Please don't make me.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it?
Indeedy doodle.
Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh?
Nope.
After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked
The other
up.
guy's alright.
Information about people
Like I said, I like his voice
that
actor. You
is
can tell the guy
usually
was having
super
fun.
confidential, isn't it? If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
She let you out? Nahida, he got out of the basement!
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like...
Nahida! Nahida, you didn't lock the basement! Nahida!
Dear! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
And Venom Snake is maybe called Big Boss at times, but he's not the real Big Boss. Solid and Liquid and Solid as Snake are all the same person, genetically, but not actually the same person. And Ocelot is actually a totally different from Liquid Ocelot, who is actually Wicklid's... Wicklid? Liquid? My mind is full of fuck. And then there was a big political struggle, weirdly enough, sparked by how long they wanted their grass cut for the neighborhood association. So I killed them all and helped orchestrate a shadow government where some dude named Steve was the leader of Inazuma for a while. Steve was a cool guy. I miss him. Nahida, you let your kid out. Almost like you probably shouldn't be raising a kid. Oh god! Jeez.
Squall and Fury.
Shit! Come on, come on, come on.
The wind rises.
Woo! You see? Necessary!
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public.
Peek gaming right there. Oh yeah, I know. I told him to go get some fresh air.
Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Oh, never mind.
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? Aren't you supposed to be lacked up?
She said she was nursing him back to health more than locking him up, I'm pretty sure. Paimon.
I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me.
He can do that?
A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
Nahida is a fucking expert negotiator, apparently. First the Dottore shit and now this. Good God.
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about.
No, that's all Stu can think about, and he's not here.
But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Okay, I get it. You're suicidal. Good God.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down?
But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
She's the god of wisdom, Paimon. I think she's got this.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment.
Thank you.
Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us!
As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the balladeer.
I was gonna say, how much... Is Raiden paying you for this, Nahida? She should be paying you. At the very least, she definitely owes child support.
Well, I, for one, have no reason to doubt you. Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time.
You'll come to understand more about that in 5 years, when we go to Celestia.
The balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position.
Raiden is actually giving her the money. The problem is she's giving it to Miko and trusting her to see the transfers go through. And she ain't gonna do that shit. She's embezzling all the funds to style her hair or whatever.
Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond.
I mean, he went rogue a while ago. Like, I don't know how long it's supposed to have been in-universe, but, like, he went rogue all the way back in Inazuma. To the point that Child was fucking still in Inazuma trying to find him. In recent content. So, I don't know. Like, it seems like they're looking for him, but it doesn't seem like they'd have any reason to escalate it suddenly.
Wait a second. Farmer? You mean, he's not a Harbinger anymore?
I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
Whoops. Does he... I guess he's number 2. I guess he has that authority. So you got tossed out like garbage. Again. How's that make you feel?
Sometimes it's you using them. Other times, it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui. And also between each of the Harbingers.
Yeah, really, does Dottore know that we beat Child's ass on a regular basis? Oops.
So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
Really? I'm playing the world's smallest violin. I appreciate the game is not even letting me attempt to be empathetic.
Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
They know. They know he's a piece of shit.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Child is the lowest ranked member. I still think that's so silly. So, like, what would have happened if he were stronger than anybody? would everybody who he was stronger than have gotten bumped down a number? It's why I don't like that system. I preferred it the way I thought it was supposed to be initially, with it just being an order they joined. You hate him, but he's right. He's such a little shit, but he's got some very good points, right? It's great.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him!
Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch.
Nahida, are you serious about this?
Of course, this is my serious face.
Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit.
For me?
Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that?
Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am.
I really, really do hope that this plot point is something we don't know yet, that this is actually going somewhere. The whole Descender thing and our twin not being one of them. Because I keep thinking in the back of my head, like, if it really is going to be just the fact, because this is obvious already, right? It's obvious that our twin landed here, like, at least 500 years before we did, right? And has been around. I am dying to know if this big reveal is just going to spell that out, even though it's already very obvious to us as the players. Or if it's something else. I'm hoping it's something else. I really, really hope they do not try to sell that as some huge endgame level twist when it's incredibly obvious thus far.
He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect.
Once a god, always a god.
The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me.
You got a 4 in Ditto 2 yesterday, Fusion? Nice. Like I said, I have one. I have one already, and it has some perfect IVs based on the description. I don't have the judge yet, so I can't tell for sure how many it has, but yeah, I have one, but just I miss it. I miss my perfect IV French Dittos. I want them to be shiny and be competitive.
So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
But what if he lies to you?
Exactly! Or what if...
Got really lucky last night.
Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
Just like May when she lost her airshare course, she retained Link to the imaginary tree, exactly.
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all.
What does it being French have to... the Masuda method. The Masuda method increases the rate of shinies drastically. If you breed Pokemon from two different languages. It doesn't have to be French. It could be Japanese, could be German, could be anything. The one I had just happened to be French.
Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark. searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you.
Oh, I love you too, baby cabbage girl.
If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it.
Thank you, Nahida.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
Best Archon in terms of overall writing, I agree.
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection.
Collective consciousness, Nahida. Collective consciousness.
In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease.
Still like to see Virgil more. I assume that's Raiden.
Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside.
Raiden's still great. Raiden's still very much great, but yeah. Glad you got it.
Great.
You know what? You got it.
Thank you.
That's just Virgil, I was gonna say. I feel like that's splitting hairs.
Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
I need more power.
Wow. It looks pretty
Oh,
different
God.
here compared to
Oh.
last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
It's very pretty here. The most helpful Archon, that's fair. Yeah, like I said, I think in terms of writing, her and Raiden are both pretty much on par. In terms of quality, it's just that they're both very different. Raiden was literally a tyrant. What's up, you little shit?
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Nahida sent me to babysit you, you little shit.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you, on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Why do I hear a man singing when I approach the tree?
Why am I angry and sad at the same time?
Study for breeding hunt so far? Just letting these things kick a ball while you wait for eggs to suddenly appear. Okay. Fair enough.
Fine. Let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are gonna be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
Don't call me pretty. You're baiting.
You sure are
You're baiting too
confident.
hard.
Paimon will give you that.
It's not
You
gonna work
sound
on me.
like
You're a
even more
manlet.
experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Yes.
Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
I drift tonight carried by the waves. Regression. Oh no, regression. That's much worse. All you gotta do is keep your pretty little eyes on my twink ass. Ew! No. No need for all the biting sarcasm. No, fuck you. I love it. Just do your job, though.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling?
Should you take offense to that, Ninja?
Come on, let's catch up with him.
It's just the bandlets in Genshin. Like, I know they're not supposed to be, like, little boys, but they look like that.
Wow. So this is the inside of Irminsul.
It's different from what I imagine.
Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that
Do
Paimon
not
just
fuck
wants
the
to do
tree.
the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so say we did go running off in here. What would happen?
Cartoon Network is supposedly getting back to its original characters. What does that mean? Like its original IPs, like the whole Dexter's Lab, Johnny Bravo, that era? And if so, in what capacity? That might not be a good thing, depending on the capacity that's happening, if that's even what you're talking about.
What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
Okay, duly noted. Location's changed. We've been transported to another path. You want fresh blood, Sam?
It looks the same in every direction.
Do not reboot and or sequelize Ed, Ed, and Eddie. That show literally had the perfect ending with the
No
movie.
wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little?
Oh,
We're here.
charters, not characters.
What
My
a
bad.
huge tree.
Center of Irminsul. All the information in the world is flowing through it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
About that. That's not what his theme song says. He hasn't put up any resistance and seems to be good at working on the front line. Maybe he had a similar role in the Fatui. First Ka'akaba and Sawada stories, and now this. What a strange, sad little man.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Want to play the card game? I still haven't touched that yet. I accidentally walked into a cutscene that like started the tutorial for it. Not tutorial, but like I ran into Sucrose and the alchemy guy in Mondstadt, and they forced me to like get a vague idea of what it's about. I didn't continue it at all yet. I'm not sure if I'm gonna bother doing it on screen. Again, I'm not too interested in the card game personally.
Traveler, Paimon, Would you like to talk?
Are you in my brain again, Nahida?
Yes. I've also invited Paimon to join.
Timaeus, that guy, yeah.
Huh?
Why?
We can talk to each other inside our heads?
Why would you not just let me talk to you? Why include Paimon on every facet of my life, Nahida? Please. Guessing you just don't want us to disturb him.
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this. once in a
Charters? I
while.
actually barely understand what Neo means by charters in that context either, either, Dusk. I'm actually not too sure myself.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great!
No, it's not.
So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladeer's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
It's called being a snarky jackass, Paimon. It's not that deep.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Let Lumine talk more. She sounded so good during that last Archon quest.
Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
She got a glimpse of a few things when I ran into Hypatia before. I remember.
So,
Yeah,
you
don't
made
actually show it or
contact with
anything.
that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Crazy.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really?
Oh,
Because
okay.
from what they were saying, it sounded like lots
I feel
of
like that's not
Tatarasuna's
really gonna
history is
change
still
anything.
unexplained. And most of
I don't
the
know why they would
information
brag
we
about
have
that
now
as if
is
it were gonna
just
be a
from
game
people
changer for the
filling
network.
gaps with their imagination.
Modern
First,
Cartoon
that's
Network
what
is
they
Modern
said.
Cartoon Network.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gese got it right?
So there was a gang war?
They guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
I know you are, but what am I?
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait, how did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Every conversation with you is hard work! Oh, your attitude's better than I thought.
Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage.
It's true. Remember that time we first met? He pretended to be a normal human being capable of not snarking every line for like 10 whole minutes.
Huh? Wait.
Did you find Waldo? You found
This
Waldo.
light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Oh no, he found 4chan.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatarasuna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
He was the guy in charge of the furnace or whatever. Plus, he belongs to the lineage of Ishin art. Ah.
I have been in Tatarasuna for some time now. You have shown me
Holy
great
shit!
hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else.
They actually made a semi-unique model for Kazuha's ancestor? What the fuck? MiHoYo, who are you and what have you done with MiHoYo? Holy shit!
Under your leadership, Tatarasuna is a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant village.
Again,
People are
semi-unique.
gainfully
Again, that's all you
employed.
need to do.
Their lives have purpose. They are motivated.
Stuff like that is all you ever needed to do. You could still have the NPC base models and just like fucking change up the hair a little bit. Holy shit.
As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatarasuna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this
Can't say
trade
the same
looks
for
to
this
find
guy.
their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
It's a Kazuha relative. It's a Kazuha relative, and Kazuha is like a fan favorite of MiHoYo. Like, they give him a lot of preferential treatment. That's the only reason they made this guy slightly more unique, is because he's Kazuha's ancestor. Nice outfit. We've seen that outfit before, even. This is just like the default Fontaine outfit. We've seen a lot of NPCs with this.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit
Also,
that
I'm
there's
glad
no
the
way
random
he
red
could have
streaks in
revolutionized
Kazuha's
our
hair are
forging
apparently
process
genetic.
like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold
Tepe
it to
hair,
me.
the other guy has the same hair as
And now,
Tepe. Yep.
every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatarasuna's key consultants.
Tepe with a beard.
Working right here alongside us. I believe it
Hey
is you,
guys,
sir,
miss anything funny?
who are truly
You missed the
responsible
fact
for
that
the
this is the
changes in
first
our
time that
manufacturing
MiHoYo
and
has
forging
actually
methods.
tweaked a generic character
You
model a little
flatter
bit
me.
to make them
From
look
the
more
outset,
unique.
I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma. And it has been my great honor to befriend
That's
you all.
pretty funny.
So
to me,
you
anyway.
say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because I didn't want to speculate. And I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and
Is
casualties
Escher
are
Sander
up
Mobus?
and
He
continuing to
sounds
rise
very
at an alarming
familiar.
rate.
Decent voice, too. I was gonna say, I'm not 100% sure, but I think Niwa might actually be the same voice actor as Kazuha. I'm not sure. That might be Mark Whitten, I can't quite tell. And then this other guy sounds cool, too. I think it might be Xander, but I can't quite tell.
And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do.
Also, yeah, it had been a while, so I was trying to remember, like, which island of Inazuma was Tatasaruna? Tatasaruna is the fucking polluted one. The one that we had to spend, like, 7 out-of-game days coming back and back again to, like, to stop the fucking mine from spewing toxic fumes or whatever.
None of the people who went out to get help have come back.
That's the bad one.
Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope.
Oh, that'll end well.
But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I.
This guy needs to say one of the various
does things
personas.
by
I mean,
the
there's a
book.
lot of personas with like
After
Japanese
all,
god names.
Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai
Keep
struck
it here.
down by the
he
shogun's
might
own
say
hand.
one at some point.
If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
You're gonna
Enough,
stab him, aren't
Escher.
you?
I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your
Less
new device
edgy,
inside
Arsene.
the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the
They
problem.
ended upon hearing it closer.
I'm
with
in
my
charge
finger
here. And I'm about to take some
It's definitely the
responsibility
same
and head
energy, but I'm
inside.
not 100% sure that it is
Probably
him.
to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your
Ah.
eyes, you don't seem to
Do
trust
not make
me.
out.
Drop the act. We're past that now.
The Cat Island quests were also
Whoever
like
you
quite
are,
lengthy. Oh yeah, yeah.
It looks
Neko,
like your
yeah,
plan
that
to
took a
destroy
while.
Tatara Suna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting
Didn't
for
mean
the
to
right
send that,
moment.
JC. Oh my god, he
A
stabbed him. I
moment
can't believe it.
like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
Oof. Hey, Goggle. Yeah, it's not just the card game. There is a new. It's an arc. It's I forget how they advertise it. It's another interlude quest, I believe they call it. It's the same type of quest as the Shenhei one, where like we went back to Liyue and met her and helped rebuild the Jade Palace.
You.
His face looks weird a little bit, but again, at least he looks unique.
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days.
Oh, all you've done is
To
the
my
TCG.
surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start.
Is the TCG fun? I still haven't tried it at all.
It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all.
Actually, I didn't figure any of that out, but thank you for telling me. This conversation's being recorded, by the way.
And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatara Suna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
Oh.
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place?
Uh-oh.
Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong.
Oh, I know that
There is
voice.
one other person.
Really?
Some may not see him as a person. but
How old are
you
you?
told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Oh, no.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble
To
at
test my
all.
abilities.
Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment.
Of course it is.
If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
Ivanito!
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise.
Bakugo? Oh, is that who that is?
My device functions precisely as you say.
The guy from the comics
It is
store?
the only
Oh,
chance
been...
you have
That's
of
right,
preventing
yeah.
a catastrophe
Yeah, I saw that,
and
guys. You haven't
keeping
played
the truth
since
from the
Ankonomiya?
outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind.
Yeah, the Doctor's actually been in the game. He actually had quite a large role in the whole everything involving Nahida's quest as well. He's been introduced properly to the game for a while now.
It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate.
This is new information.
So
I was
give in
not
to
aware
your
that he'd been
fury.
active this long.
I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet.
Oh, is this our out? Did he literally, like, fucking orchestrate this just to fuck with Scaramouche? Because it'd be funny? Oh, no. Oh. I didn't after seeing his attitude still is playable, I didn't think they didn't do nothing him. I mean, I guess at least his attitude is still shitty. So, like, whatever his reaction is, it's clearly not gonna suddenly make him a changed man or whatever, but still. Oh, I don't know how to feel about that.
Make no mistake.
I'm gonna shut my
even
mouth and keep
without
watching.
You, that pure, innocent puppet would only
Haven't
end up
seen anything
being
from the new region,
used by
Kaiser.
someone
Sumeru's been really
else
fun.
instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
All the Sumeru plot has been very well written for the most part, and the areas themselves are really fun to explore.
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us.
He ain't gonna tell
He
him
has
that.
Nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people.
How is Dendro? Dendro is also
The
super fun.
only ones who think like that.
Dendro has opened up a lot of
people
new
like
team
you.
comp options. It's made a lot of characters who are kind of, oh, well. It's made a lot of characters who were seen as not that good when they were initially released. It's made them much better. Toma is actually viable now. Kuki Shinobu is fucking great. Miko is a lot better than we thought she was at first.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself.
Now I'm just wondering how the fuck they're gonna justify this man being playable eventually. If they're using him as a partial scapegoat for Scaramouche, when the time comes for Totoro to be playable, how the fuck are they gonna justify that one?
Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible.
Last character you pulled was who Tao you got on your first try and your friend was obsessed and she likes her. Oops. That was a smart choice considering how long it's taken her to rerun. Well over a year. Face swap! Do not swap his face. Do not swap his face. I will actually throw my controller across the room, please.
Mr. Niwa. Already dead. What a pity.
No. No. No, he didn't. He did not.
Jester, I have completed the task you gave me.
He
Creating
can do
a
that
gap
to
and
himself,
infiltrating
apparently.
Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was.
Bruh.
I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Outstanding. I'm going to assume you did not know that. Obligated to call him the better Bloodstock? I'm okay with calling him the better Bloodstock.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore. Dottore!
Honey, if you're gonna have a mental breakdown, can you wait for your textures to properly? Oh my god, come on, really? Really? Come on, I know the game's dubbed in like 3 different languages, but come on, you couldn't sync that up a little better? Holy shit. Good god, game, please.
Good. Good.
You okay there, little buddy?
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
So he was the one behind the pollution. What do I think about Ryuki appearing in the upcoming movie? I'm waiting until we actually know for sure if they're getting the actual actors back at all. If they're getting any of the actual actors back from Ryuki and like doing stuff for the actual characters, then I will be watching that film. If not, I'm probably not going to for quite a while. Because in case anybody missed the memo, I despise Revice. Revice is currently my least favorite series, far and away. And Geats has not been terribly impressive so far. I am actually currently on hold with it, precisely because I was not enjoying what I saw at all. So unless I get back to Geats and really like it, then I just have no reason to watch that film outside of the Ryuki cast. And I'm only interested in it if it's the actual cast. I don't want no fake shemps.
But why did we see things from his perspective?
That's a good question.
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
You calmed down from that a lot sooner than I thought you would. Demons is a new form. I don't think I've seen it unless you mean the new Over Demons, which I don't care about. Yeah, I cannot stress this enough. I despise Revice. even with the way I rate Kamen Rider series against themselves rather than a nebulous form of quality, I rank Revice a 0. Revice is the worst piece of Kamen Rider media I have ever seen, and by the end of the show, I hated everybody from it. I hated every single solitary character in that show, and I don't want to hear any of them speak ever again. If that betrayal never happened, it existed only in his imagination. But where does that leave him?
Let's give him some space. He looks
Imperial
really
Demon's
mad.
not familiar with it, nor do I
Paimon
care.
doesn't want to be anywhere near him right
Even
now.
Even Lovekov, they fucked over by the end and did stupid shit with her.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand.
Icky's new baby brother, I don't care. I hope that whole family burns. Fuck Icky, fuck his baby brother, fuck that whole goddamn family, fuck every character, every costume, everything about that show. Again, even if the Ryuki cast is in that film, I will fucking fast forward. I will fast forward through any scene that does not involve the Ryuki cast. I don't want to hear anything from any of those characters ever again.
So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabuki Mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as the mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began.
I hate Lovekov, but she makes for a very good distraction.
It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived.
Nah, see, I
He
hate
left
that.
the furnace in sheer
I hate that
exhaustion
aspect of
and
Geats.
said to the mechanic,
It's not the main reason I
"This
stopped
device
watching,
seems
but
to
I
have
don't like the fact that
protected
they have
What's in
Fortnite
it?"
forms. And that they all look so generic to start with, and we're taking too long to get their regular forms.
The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it had protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend is sure to cause great resentment. Now you know what was behind the decision to take revenge on Raiden. But that doesn't mean vengeance was the right decision.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
There's only so many ways I could say I don't care, Kais. I don't know what you want from me. I'm gonna have to ignore anything you have to say about Geats and or Revice. I just don't give a shit about either of those shows right now. Other than how much I hate Revice.
Tatori,
but
you
even that-
brazen-faced...
Oh god.
Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Well. A while later.
Shall we see how he's doing?
He's just standing there, mopingly.
Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
I mean, do you know about our whole thing with Child? Just want to make sure that you're, you know, mentally sound to enact the plan. And not just coping and or seething.
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
He is keeping a lot more calm than I thought he would after that, especially given the initial breakdown. Poorly timed though it was.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
What has Child done in Sumeru? Absolutely nothing. Child's only appearance since the event, back when he ran alongside Hu Tao, or back to back with Hu Tao. He has not, the only time he has appeared since then was as like a little side optional thing in the recent photography event, where he was hanging out with Yoimiya and Inazuma. That is all he has done.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat.
Twitch out of Lechonk, excellent.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Oh yeah, I couldn't remember the name of the event, but yes, the Shikioji, the paper man, yeah. Yeah, that event was the last appearance he had.
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
I was gonna say, the Fatui are keeping tabs on us, even if that don't mind something you guys might. Because, you know, you're led by Bronya, and she's omnipotent or something, probably. Not omnipotent, but, you know, cool hacker lady.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your brother in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was his first destination when he arrived in this world. Plus, he only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
Celestia?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your brother for a time.
Yeah, what the fuck? My brother knows Pierrot?
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Uh-oh.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Uh-oh.
Huh? What have you done?
Uh-oh.
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
Mm-hmm.
Give me your hand.
That's not a question. But okay. NSFW? Ew, no! Oh no, this is the first character we hold hands with? No! Ew!
Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Unfortunately. Are you hitting on me?
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you.
I mean, at least Paimon's not here.
So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
Surprise, Lumine. Why would you ask that?
Done.
Oh.
Huh? What the? What happened?
Uh-oh.
Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking her for helping me.
Uh-oh. Salutations, Subatomic. You missed hand-holding. Did he see me hesitate? Was that because I know about Greater Lord Ruka Devada? I mean, that's not changing the past. That's not
So
changing the
long.
past. That's just retconning
I suggest
reality.
you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Get back here, young man.
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again.
Well,
From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist.
can you do that to yourself?
Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
That's not how it works, dude. That's not how it works. It can't change reality. It can just change people's perception of it.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together
I was gonna
can
say,
be
this
a
counts
real
as fucking in the
nuisance.
tree.
And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are.
He is actually doing an auto right now. I need to lie down.
But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Let me explain to you how this actually works, my dude. This will not fix your problem.
Balladeer! Balladeer!
This will not fix your problem the way you think. Oh.
Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow.
Inoue!
Oh no, he's really gone.
Shouldn't we have called Nahida instead of trying to look for him? where when we know he just got like fucking absorbed into the tree or something. We're stupid.
Oh, can you hear me?
There we go, thank God.
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Palladir, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
Uh-oh.
It was the Balladier's fault. He shut you out!
Well, she hasn't forgotten that he exists yet, so that's a good sign, right?
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
Great! How do we do that? Oh, you do it for us, thank God.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
Ruh-roh.
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
Don't you need some help there?
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
Well, okay,
An
then.
emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone.
Did you guys try turning the tree off and on again? Yes? Well, I'm out of ideas.
Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
Yeah, I would not have called that one 2 years ago. First instance of hand-holding in this game. Between Traveler and Scaramouche, and not Traveler and Child. I feel dirty. If you don't reply again, your internet's buggy and back to work, Kaiza. Okay, cool. No worries. You don't know Genshin enough to know what's happening, but dude wants to fuck a tree and anyone wants to challenge me into the weirdest thing they fuck contest, you'd say they have a contender. Oh, sub, you gotta meet my boy Otto one of these days. Let me tell ya, when it comes to tree fuckers, that man, absolute champion. I'll never be married to Child now. I'm gonna have to kick him out of my bedroom in the teapot. I'll skip the part about Greater Lord Rook and Devada for now and focus on the Balladeer.
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible. Right, you can't just rewrite history. All that stuff happened already in real life. It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid, Paimon. Does this count as rape? No. Maybe?
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this?
Give me a
Paimon
call
can't help but
Yanfei.
feel scared about what he might do.
Call Yanfei. Tell her we need to borrow one of her law textbooks.
Ooh, Paimon's so confused.
We're really dumb if we're only just now figuring this part out. I mean, the way he was talking, he wants to do this specifically so that, like, all the people who died because of Totori's bullshit will live, but again, that's not how... We literally know from experience that's not how the tree works. All it'll do is make it so that everybody forgets he existed. Child doing the Fairly Odd Parents thing. Grasping his heart on an escalator.
Huh?
Oh, that's a good omen. That's almost as good an omen of what happened to my Power Rangers figures when I started the stream.
Sorry. Paimon accidentally... It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress. But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
Oh, Oh, wait, Paimon doesn't remember either. Paimon, I've literally seen this happen before. What happened to right when I started the stream, a bunch of my Power Rangers figures fell over off of my my shelf, and they're too high up for me to fix. But yeah, it was a slightly bad omen because one of the ones that fell was my Green Ranger figure, so slightly shook. Why am I acting like this isn't possible? I've literally seen it happen. This is dumb.
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. Ugh. Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him.
I was gonna say, I'd be a lot more freaked out if it happened 2 weeks ago instead of today, but still, nonetheless, I did not, the fact that that happened did not, I don't like the fact that it happened. Even beyond just, you know, the risk of them being damaged.
There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
If he erased himself from history, many people in Inazuma will be affected, and I can't imagine what the situation would look like. Would it, though? Are we dumb? Did we also forget how it works? Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but it would be the same thing that happened with Ruka Devada. Like, I don't think it would negatively affect anything. Again, I don't think you can literally change history. You can just change people's perception of history. Like, I don't think it's suddenly going to I don't think it's suddenly going to mean, like, the Vision Hunt Decree is still active in Inazuma or whatever. Better pray for the other Rangers that fell, though. The other ones that fell were Original Red Ranger, Gokai Pink, and, I forget who else.
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next?
Mm-hmm.
Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
Me neither.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here.
It's always food with you, Paimon. How about no? I say as I eat my onion rings.
All right, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes. Cream stew. Sauteed matsutake.
Onion rings?
And Dragon chili chicken.
Really?
Almond tofu. Satisfying salad. Oh, also Adeptus Temptation, golden shrimp balls, triple layered consomme, lotus seed and bird egg soup, and...
Yo! I'm hungry! Just take a relaxing Duke. Take a relaxing Duke. That's much better advice. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did it just happen? I think it just happened, didn't it? Did you black out for a second, Paimon? And now you forgot who we were looking for? Yep.
What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now?
Yeah.
Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about.
Oh my
What was
god.
it again?
It is literally about to be the same damn thing. Are we gonna be the only person who knows who he is? Are we gonna be the only person who knows who he is? Are all the Fatui Harbinger's numbers gonna get bumped up? Is every Fatui Harbinger below 6 gonna get bumped up? Is Child now the 10th instead of the 11th? Is Scaramouche the War Doctor? Scaramouche is the War Doctor. Scaramouche is John Hurt. I don't know how to feel about this.
The Balladeer?
Hey, Minato. Scaramouche just successfully retconned himself out of reality, the same way Ruka Devada had to.
Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name, though.
Bruh. Same. How? He fucked the tree. He pulled an auto. Literally pulled an auto. Bruh. She would be happy? I'm not sure he would, though, because we're probably the only one who's gonna fucking remember again. Which means that Scaramouche is now the most for you character in the game. Who was the War Doctor? The War Doctor was a doctor played by John Hurt, who they tried to say, like, oh yeah, no, this was the Doctor during the Time War. Back on Gallifrey, who we conveniently never mentioned. He's called the War Doctor. He didn't get a number because they didn't want to have to, you know, bump everyone else down. but yeah. He was in the 50th anniversary special. How did he have that ability? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, how did Ruka Nevada do it? Like, if somebody has the willpower to be in there, if somebody has the power to fuck the tree or be one with the tree, or however you want to phrase it, then I assume they also have the power to dick with it. That screenshot. Beautiful. Thank you, Ninja. What am I talking about? There have always been 10 Harbingers. Why would there be 11 Harbingers? That's a weird number for an evil anime-ass organization. It's always 10, never 11.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said?
Don't worry about it. It's... I have 2 nickels.
So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something.
Bruh. It has to be 10 or 13. This is really happening. I need to know what else has changed. Paimon, come with me.
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
I thought head empty. My onion rings are gone already, motherfucker. I want to go back to Inazuma.
Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
How does this play to the Bohemian Rhapsody joke fusion? Sometimes I wish I'd never been born at all. Nothing really matters. Let's go over there.
Too slow.
Hey, I was gonna say, yeah, this is awkward now. Let's not run around as him. That's gonna make it awkward. Check Child's voice line for Scaramouche. Wait, oh, wait! Yeah, really, wait a minute! Yo! I was gonna say, I thought you said before, yeah, sorry, Sandy, I thought before you were saying to check out, Scaramouche's line on Child, but I was like, oh, I don't have his friendship high enough yet, but wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Oh my fucking god! Oh my god! Son of a bitch! That's fucking brilliant! Holy shit, I love that! Does he mention any of the numbers specifically for lower ones? Did anybody actually get knocked down? I don't think so. I don't think he mentioned the numbers for any of these specific ones later on. Yeah, because we don't know some of these guys' numbers yet. Bruh. Holy shit. I was gonna say, yeah, does it say anything about his title? Does it say anything about Child's title specifically? Is there anything in here that refers to him? No, it still says number 11. Damn it! Damn it! Can you imagine? Can you imagine if it changed to 10? It should totally change to 10. Mihoyo, patch that. Patch that right now. Go to Raiden? Oh shit, wait, you're... Nope. Nope. Didn't Miko have one on him too? Nope. I forget if she did for sure or not, but nope. Oh boy. I'm actually kind of mad the child's number didn't change. They need to either patch that to fix that as well and move everybody down a peg or up a peg rather, or very quickly come up with an explanation for why the numbers would be the same. Dude. His number is now filled by a scarecrow. The number one says this thing is stronger than met so many of you. It's embarrassing, but it's just a scarecrow exactly. This is the plot of Erased. This is slightly the plot of Erased.
100 years have passed, yet there hasn't been any change
Not
to those
fully.
dumb rules at the academia.
It's not fully the plot of the race because that actually could literally change history itself. Like people who were originally dead were now alive because of the stuff the main character did. So it's not quite the same, but conceptually, yes, kind of.
We made it to Amanoma Smithy.
Dude. I don't know. I don't think they changed writers for Sumeru at all. As far as I know, the writing staff for Sumeru did not change at all, but holy fucking shit. Whatever happened with the Sumeru story, Jesus fucking Christ. Please keep up this level of quality.
Ah, it's been a while.
Sir, have you ever done the Fandango?
Of course. Go ahead.
Traveler describes them and they seem to remember. I was gonna say, yeah, that's the one thing is, like, yeah, Traveler would remember. We know.
You owe me child support.
What child? God damn it! Would Nahida remember? Shit, I don't think even Nahida would remember, right? If it is the same thing as what happened to Taruka Devada, then even she wouldn't be immune to it. The only people who would be immune to it is people who are not from this world originally. So people like us. Did we have any other confirmed ones? I know a lot of people are saying Klee's mom is apparently not from this world, but I don't know if that's been confirmed anywhere. And I feel like there was one other one that we knew about, but I can't quite recall. About that thing.
Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more.
Oh, sorry,
the once
Sub, you're good.
renowned Raiden Goku.
I mean, you're very stubborn. How
Comprised
do I
of
find
5
your
branches.
cute, icy,
Aminoma,
androgynous
Futsu,
baby from Violet?
Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju.
Which do you mean, Sub? Which Pokemon are you talking about? If you mean Subagothic, if you mean Subagothic, she's fine. But if you're asking about like some other new Pokemon, I'm not sure which one you mean.
The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions.
Oh, Grusha, the iceboarding. Oh, snowboarding Kenny. He was cute. It kind of seemed like there was more to his story that they kind of glossed over. Like, I know they mentioned that he used to be a pro snowboarder and was in an accident, but, like, they didn't really get super into it, and his gym test was super short. But he was cute. I enjoyed him.
Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline. And for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately,
Oh my god, they killed
Kazuha
Grusha!
recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now,
Larry is
2
still the
clans
best one.
remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh, yeah, we were. Paimon remembers that now.
Oh. So, Kazuha's story quest is mandatory for this, apparently.
We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
Avalok's a real bastard.
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokunin, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale.
Hit me, baby.
The Raiden Gokunin were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatara Suna's
Thanks
furnace.
to you are the good news.
One brave
from
swordsmith
Monado.
heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster.
Did he tell you that this is something he willingly did, and that before he did it, he held our hand? And also, the Traveler still remembers him, so it's not literally everyone.
Tatara Suna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless
He's fucking
lives,
dead. He's not
Mr.
dead.
Niwa
He's just.
and the swordsmith leaped together into the
he's
furnace.
playable, so I assume
The furnace
he's not
quickly
dead.
stabilized, but
Skara
neither
who?
of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes.
Is he
His
dead or
orphan
a deity?
son
I
was left to
can't
fend for
imagine.
himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty
Because, like,
Shogun
Ruka
for
Devada,
her
it made
apparent
sense.
indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him.
Like, you're 500 bits from being the blue badge sub and you like blue? Fair enough. We won't argue with that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it immensely. Enjoy your blue badge. Is he still fucking the tree? Maybe. Like Ruka Devada obviously was already dead. So it wasn't like getting retconned out of reality is what caused her to die. It's just that she could only exist inside the tree anyway, and with her being gone from that, she got retconned out of reality. But with Scaramouche, he was fine. He was perfectly fine, but still retconned himself out of reality. So I don't know how that works. I assume he's fine, because again, he's playable, but...
Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokunin. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent-up anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry.
Where did he die or was buried? You want to know because you want to go to it and drink tons of water that take the biggest, longest piss on his grave ever. If he is dead, then he's currently merged with the World Tree. So you have to piss on the World Tree, which also means you'll be pissing on Otto at the same time.
In his fury,
do you really want to piss on
he
Otto?
murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan, which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of
Spending
all
some cash because
of
it's
the
joyous
Raiden
gay. You
Gokunin.
finished your final exam sub? Oh, congratulations. That's awesome, dude. Very, very nice.
But when he came to the Kaedehara
I hope
and
you knocked him
Kamisato
dead.
clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin
Now they just need to kill
survived.
Paimon and you'll play this.
I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
So that legend just changed to that someone attacked the swordsmith. Looks like the Braladier did something in Irminsul, but it seems Niwa still died. Of course he did. Why would we think that it could change reality? We've seen how it works already. Bring up his puppet dick, put you down a train of thought. Oh no, Fusion! Oh god, no.
Kazuha? Why, yes.
Again,
Just
we don't know.
yesterday,
Does he
in
have a
fact.
dick? Does he have a puppet
We
dick?
spoke for a while over some tea.
Would Raiden have given
He
him
seemed
one?
well.
Why did Raiden make her first puppet duplicate a boy anyway? Was she just feeling freaky like that? We know the Archons can, like, willingly change their vessels and genders, because Zhongli was a woman at one point. Alright. Alright, so Kazuha still exists. Of course he does. Again, what? Lumine, you're really dumb. This is cool and all, but like her reactions to this are really dumb when we've literally, like, her reactions would make you think that this is the first time this has happened, but we literally saw this happen already. Like, we know how this shit works.
My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon. On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
Next, we just have to retcon Paimon from reality. Yashiro Commission. Yo, are we actually going to talk to, Ayato or Ayaka?
We're here! This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Zhongli used to be an asexual woman,
It's
my
been a while.
mistake.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
What the
Are they
fuck is
out
this
on
man's
business?
voice?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
If you plug your nose, it's an amazing voice.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
Sure. This guy switched voices with the Reddit guy. Can we go for a walk?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
Him dying was a good thing when you found it. You finally beat a hard boss. It took you 2 days to beat, so it was fate still.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks!
Hello, dears.
Oh.
Is there something you want to say?
I want to talk to Ayato and or Ayaka.
Of course,
Oh,
traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know? Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf. As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Ma'am, you're 26.
Very much so.
Ayato is still the commissioner. Ayaka is still the lady of the house. No change as far as we see. Nothing's changed in the Yashiro Commission either. Expecting as much, but it's still a relief to know the Kamisato siblings are alive and well.
Well, got any more questions?
That's all for now. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Every time you come to these
In
streams, it's focused on
fact, I
NPCs.
would
Nobody
love
cares about funny, huh?
more than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy.
I mean,
to
Stu,
have
before this,
time
we were
for
mostly
that.
hanging out with Scaramouche, so what would you rather do? Would you rather spend time with him or spend time with NPCs?
Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how
Friend.
talented you are
And nothing
how
else.
much she admires you.
Admires. And nothing else.
I must say,
She is totally not
many
gay for me.
things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all.
Thank you, ma'am.
I mean it. Whenever the commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him.
Yeah, keep talking about the characters we care about.
I find myself at my most
Are any of these
relaxed when I'm
NPCs DC
serving
Douglas?
the
I
two
fucking
of them
wish.
and listening to them chat away.
If only.
The commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home. But given the opportunity, he always prefers to dine here. They say it's because Toma's a much better chef than
Wonder Woman
most.
3 is no longer moving forward.
The
Oh
commissioner
no.
is so fond of
What a
home
tragedy that
comforts.
is.
They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know. Always with a very fond tone. The way one would talk about
Yeah, I remember
dear
if anything
old
like Fire
friends
Emblem, he has to
around
voice ghouls or
whom
grandpa.
one can truly be themselves. Miss Kamisato occasionally
Oh
joins
my
them
God.
as well. Whenever the whole family gets together and they
Then
start
let me spend time with
talking
them.
about people they've met.
Have
and
those characters invite me to the family
experiences
dinner.
they've had, you always get a mention.
I get it. I'm great.
It's been many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. Kamisato passed away. Much has happened in the Kamisato clan in that time.
That's very
As
interesting.
someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, it makes me so happy to see them meet a dependable friend whose company they enjoy so much. So, in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome.
Okay,
at the
let me do
Yashiro
that then.
Commission headquarters. There
Let
will
me do
always
that,
be
game,
at least
instead of
one old
talking to this
lady
old
who
lady.
would be delighted to have the pleasure
Let me
of
do
your
that.
company. Wonderful.
Here, look at this
Thank
meme Ninja made instead. Look at
Paimon
this.
likes it here too. Also,
Look at this
you were
wonderful
saying
G Gundam
something
meme.
about the food here being really great.
Oh, of course, it's about food. Man,
Paimon's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime.
that's feelings and shit.
Paimon meant we should come pay a visit again real soon. Ideally around dinner time.
Of course. You're always
Such a
welcome.
mood.
Alright, goodbye for now. We're,
Oh my
where are we
god.
going next?
Tata Saruna, apparently. If you like taking a shit,
Don't
Sinead.
worry, we'll see ourselves out.
Yeah, anybody who wants to take a
All
bathroom
right,
break,
then.
go ahead.
Take care now.
Because I get the feeling this is
Hope
just
to
going to be the
see
game for the
you
next at least another 15
soon.
minutes. Is talking to boring NPCs about how history hasn't actually
Oh,
changed at all.
are you
And we
two
should
leaving
know that
already?
it hasn't changed at all, but for some reason this is necessary.
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
Goodbye, inappropriately voiced buff man. Let me show off some more funny ass G Gundam screen caps. look at Neo Holland. Look at Neo Holland and all their giant tulips and windmill Gundams. Oh, it's beautiful. Hello, Andrew. I'm getting through the Genshin quest while coping with the NPCs. What's with the windmill? Those are all robots. Neo Holland is an army of windmill Gundams. It's great.
Well, here we are. But what are we looking for? Something or someone?
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
Look at Chippity.
Xavier?
Look
What are you
at
doing
Chippity
here?
being covered
I
by
was
the
in the general
American
area,
flag.
and now I'm in this specific area. There,
He's not
that's
dead,
me.
by the way.
So what about you two?
He's fine. He got back up at the start of the next
Thought you might
episode.
be able to help.
They just felt it was necessary to cover him in an American flag.
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away. Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago.
Super Asia?
They said it's all true, the history here. Oh, well,
sorry.
It's a long story.
Sorry, I
Don't
skipped
you
his
know?
riveting dialogue.
The tale of Tatarasuna
I should probably at least leave
starts
the text
a long
on screen for
time
anybody who
ago.
actually gives a shit.
I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation. Goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
Use this as a not real intermission.
When exactly?
But because sometimes the dialogue
One
gives
was
me
just
fake
in the last
choices.
few years. The other was several hundred years ago.
Now you're
Fun
not going to
fact,
this group watch
I'm not
video?
the first
Oh, it was a
Fontaine tech
fun
guy to come and
time.
work on it either.
Let
There
me
was a
tell
guy
you,
back
G
then,
Gundam is
too.
truly something special.
They say he was a mechanic who
was very
consulted
fun
on a
to
technology
share that show
upgrade.
with people who
It
were
seems
not
like the
familiar with it.
technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way.
Dude, look at the giant crab Gundam.
How about that?
Look at the giant crab and manta ray Gundams.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already.
Yeah, see what I mean?
I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't
Like,
know
don't even
what's
bother with the
gotten into
dialogue
this one
choices.
today.
None of them actually matter.
Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge? Sure, go ahead. A kabuki mono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word, Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Tatarasuna is concerned.
Post the Statue of Liberty cannon? I don't think I got a screenshot of that, actually. It looks like I did not actually get a screenshot of the Statue of Liberty laser.
Of course! Don't mention it.
Just know that in G Gundam, the Neo America colony has a Statue of Liberty laser.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
That's it? Are you sure you don't want to go on about for another 5 minutes
for.
about what you had for dinner? Let's go back and see Kusanali.
Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you.
Post Neo America,
Keep
then
your
fine.
Smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you.
Yeah, you can see the Statue of Liberty. Just know that that statue has a giant laser built into it. Statue of Liberbeam.
Come on, you gotta keep it together. Why don't you grab something to eat? You can't go facing life's challenges on an empty stomach.
Paimon, if you mention
Alright,
food one
let's
more
head off
time
and
for
go
the remainder of the
eat.
stream, I'm gonna stab you in the face while the jury turns a blind eye. Jiminy Crockett. Okay, girls, if it looks like I died before checking if I'm actually dead or not, the first thing I want you to do is put the American flag over me, and you girls pose all sadly over me. Then make sure you take a photo of it. Dude, food, Delameo! Should we not have just asked Nahida first and foremost? Post Asia face? Well, I can't now, because now an actual important character is going to talk again. Is it the Statue of Liberty on Ellis Island? Well, we took it to the colony with us in G Gundam. We took all the cool stuff with us.
Hey, it's them.
Oh my fucking god, never mind. Alright guys, so here's Master Asia's face. Look at it, look how handsome he is.
Akaba, Sawada.
Stu's a lucky man. This is Stu's husband, Asia. He's lovely. He's a
Indeed
very,
we
very
are.
cool man.
If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join
Pilot's
us
a cool
once more.
robot. He has a horse named Food Psyche. He's a good boy.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
Oh, you're making an AI2 joke. Okay, fair enough.
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh?
You seem better. What are you
Should
talking
we
about,
join them?
Secret? This is literally peak male performance right there.
Unfortunately,
Oh yeah, these two have
we haven't
researched it.
made
It's almost
any
like I
real
probably could have
progress.
just asked them. instead of flying to a different country 2 hours away or whatever.
Huh? Oh, of course.
Wow, that sure would be interesting if I had read it the first time to know what the differences are.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
I was gonna say, yeah, like, why, like, is it padding? Again, I don't know why this is even necessary. Like, our character is acting dumb. We've literally seen how this works before. This is what I'm talking about with Genshin's tradition, or tradition dumping, rather than lore dumping, by the way. It's like, oh yes, the legend of the wibbly-wobbly-woo and the flippity-floppity-timey-wimey. The balladeer said he erased 2 of his names. If he succeeded, it must have taken all of his might, but still.
Well, what do you think?
You did great,
Hey,
I'm sure.
Traveler, remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, he just got back from Inazuma.
Thank you,
So
Sub.
how about we tell them what we learned?
That's how it feels. That is indeed how it feels most of the time.
What did you find out? Something big?
Again, besides people like Enjo and Stanley, again, I've talked about this before. There are good ones. There are plenty of good ones, but they're good because, like, they managed to, like, endear themselves despite being NPCs, having stories that, like, actually relate in some way to the actual main characters, and just, like, being well written and not overstaying their welcome. These guys, good fucking god.
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
Nilou's is still worse. Nilou's is still worse, in my opinion, because hers literally was not even about her. This is at least still tangentially about Scaramouche. It's not even a story quest. It's an Archon quest. So it doesn't have to specifically be about one character or anything. Like, we're at least still trying to talk about stuff relating to the actual main characters. Nilou's quest was literally like, okay, instead of talking about literally anything with this girl, let's learn about this random NPC's backstory. Or the homo NPCs in Honkai, those were also fine.
So many new details.
For the most part.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Granted, they turned out to technically be actual characters in a weird roundabout way.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Armanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
It's harder to get off track when the concern isn't on world building. Like I said, in this instance, it's mainly just frustrating because, like I said, it makes the main character feel stupid. Like, if the main character had also forgotten about Ruka Devada, and then just didn't for Scaramouche for whatever reason, and had to piece together this mystery, that'd be one thing. But we literally know functionally how this works already. There is no reason for us to be concerned about, like, oh no, all the people we know are gonna be different and dead and blah 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 blah. It's like, no. No, they're just going to remember a couple of factoids very differently. It's like that one episode of Star Trek Next Gen, when Beverly Crusher got trapped in the quantum bubble or whatever. Like, every time reality changed, everybody would be like, oh, what are you talking about? It's always been this way. And, like, no matter how ridiculous the changes were, like, they would just, like, come up with explanations like, oh, no, this makes perfect sense to me. You're acting kind of crazy, Beverly. Madonna's generic white man meme is still real good. All right, again, if we were going to have this investigation angle to, like, see what changed, the first thing we should have done is talk to Nahida. Not take a boat to Inazuma. Literally just talk to the god in wisdom and say, hey, do you even know who this is? Even if you don't, I think something weird may have just happened. No goddamn reason for anything we just saw there.
Nahida, we're here! Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then she decided she wanted to go to Inazuma.
Yeah, that was really stupid of me. Just literally go back to Nahida and say, hey, do you even know who the Balladeer is?
The Balladeer?
Nope.
It sounds like some kind of code name.
Well, so much for her, so much for you being his new mom.
I don't know why, but it feels like someone owes me a lot of money.
So yeah, literally could have just gone here. Oh no! You know that's how it works! She didn't remember her previous incarnation. She didn't remember the person who's effectively the same person as her. Why would she remember him? Oh, my brain.
You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
Oh. Even Nahida doesn't remember, just like last time, and he changes vector as well. Wow, so we do remember that that's how it works. I'm so glad we did that. Jesus Christ. Oh, we were doing so good. Because this concept is fucking great. Like, holy shit, why the padding? God damn. He acted too quickly, finished racing himself before Nahida could stop him. So remembering the moosh is going to be some kind of litmus test to see how the other two descenders are. I was going to say, that'd be a very smart way to use that. That's going to be a very smart way to figure shit out. If we do want to find out who the other two are. I'm the only one who still remembers the things erased. Once again, I'm the record keeper.
Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
Yeah, we can tell you about this one because the fate of the world doesn't depend on it. We know. We know. Game.
That's quite a story.
What a story, traveler.
So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it.
Yep. Why did Scaramouche do this? Because he sometimes wishes he'd never been born at all.
Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
He found out, like, the real reason behind a lot of the tragedy that happened to him in his early days was actually because of Dottoro's interference. It just kind of made him snap and be like, okay, he didn't know how the tree worked, and we were too stupid / dickish to stop and explain to him how it would work. Because, yeah, again, spoiler alert, he's probably not dead. He's probably not dead. He probably hasn't undergone apotheosis. Like, he's probably fine and probably going to be very upset that he's still alive.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because he literally changed the world?
Are we making the Bohemian Rhapsody jokes because of Scaramouche or the new JoJo batch? Yes. Because that's always how it works out. Everything is connected. Of course, this character got released the same day we started watching the new JoJo batch. That is my life.
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it.
I mean, we've seen it twice now. One person for the most selfless reasons and one person for the most selfish reasons.
The Traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about her in Irminsul. And it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect her. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this balladeer guy's motivation.
I am the last remnant of the old world. It's like Monica's little brother in the last episode, where he kind of remembers her, just because he's too young to perceive the fact that she doesn't exist anymore.
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that.
Japan are very cool when it comes to copyright. It's Disney that are bitches. We were enemies after all. I don't know his perspective on all this. So I can't say why he did something so extreme. I don't know why they did this. I don't know why they decided that for this Archon quest, the Traveler should be written as if they do not have a functioning brain. But apparently that was the executive order, which is a shame because a lot of the stuff has been good. Like, the idea of this happening is fucking great, but, like, this feels like padding. Like, they gave the main characters brain holes for the sake of padding, and I don't know why. Maybe they didn't think it was long enough to justify being an Archon quest without it or something, but, like, good God. If there ain't no Mickey, that shit ain't Disney. Do you want to reset everything or save someone? He literally said! Before he did it, he literally said that there are people who died because of him that did not deserve it. What do you think the implication was from that? Brah! He took my brain cells when he held my hand, apparently. Everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all. Maybe that's all there is to it. Brah! Build tier, in terms of, like, over-explaining a very simple concept, kind of. So remember the question he asked. He asked me specifically, and my hesitation gave him his answer. I don't know. I don't know why I hesitated. I could have just told him, hey, it doesn't work how you think it does, but apparently I'm stupid now. I hesitated because I witnessed Greater Lord Rukadevada erase her own existence, but I can't tell Mahita that. If I downloaded the subversion, you would have stayed, Dusk. Oh, come on. Kira Buckland is doing a great job. Also, Stephen Fu is a weather report. Like, good God. I'm thrilled to hear him again. He is a fantastic voice actor. He sounds nothing like he did as Ryuki. He's just damn good. Howard Wong is Anasui, too. Really good. To put it another way, I don't know why the Valadir was so sure it could work, but I can't tell them that.
Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share?
I just feel empty inside, man. This quest started out so cool.
It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right?
No shit.
Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna.
Oh yeah,
now
Todd.
He saw
Todd
them
was
as
also
friends
there.
Again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try.
I know. Well, Dust, keep in mind, Part 6 does take place in Florida. Like, I know, I can understand the other parts feeling uncanny to you, but, like, Part 6, like, yeah, come on. It very much makes sense for them to be speaking English.
The story makes sense. Every part of it.
You're allowed to have your preference, don't get me wrong, we've talked about this, but, like, yeah, just, so did Part 2 by that logic. I mean, I feel the same way about Part 2. And Part 1.
The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the Doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself. even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Changed the world in many ways, and yet the dead still couldn't get a second chance. Those fated to a tragic end could not be saved. No fucking shit. With that, Locke, does that mean you should watch part 5 in Italian? Oh, yeah. Yeah, me and Best have talked about that. How we wish there was an Italian dub. I don't know if I necessarily would have watched it in Italian, because again, I like listening to things in my native tongue. I'm not a pretentious asshole who likes to feel superior for listening to things in Japanese. It's like, oh man, I totally understand the slight emotional nuances in this language I don't understand. Like, I'm just not about that, but like, still, an Italian part 5 that would be key now. What exactly did he want to fight back against? The betrayals in his life, or did he wish he'd never existed at all? Mama!
Please wait a moment. I want to check something.
Your Dio is Takahito Koyasu. Hey, Dusk, if we ever do that strange Journey live dub, you're gonna be really mad. Because the Japanese voice of our AI is voiced by him, and it'll be somebody else dubbing him over.
Found it. This should be the one. It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything she has told us.
Okay.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner.
Padding? Like, yeah, Neil, like, I don't know how long this is gonna end up being, but like, that's genuinely my only thought. / the only way I can see them justifying this, because this feels so stupid and like such obvious padding. Like, just they decided that, oh, it's an Archon quest, so it needs to be a certain length, and decided to do this shit instead. But like, holy shit, I would have rather had it be short and to the point. Because good God.
You should take a look.
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
Nahida, if you just handed me a copy of Pinocchio, I'm gonna be very angry.
I authored this record myself.
Oh, never mind, okay. Unless you wrote Pinocchio, Nahida. If that is your real name?
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the Balladeer?
Carlo Collodi.
When combined with the Traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the Balladeer or the Kabuki Mono and other records will have
it's a
been
bootleg
changed.
version, it's Pinocchio.
But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact.
I've actually taken up writing in my spare time. Let me know what you think of my stories. Remember to rate and review.
Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that.
You know likey, you know reedy.
But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the Balladeer entered Irminsul.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the Traveler into Irminsul with the Balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew she'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one she told us. The now erased life of the Balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own.
Uh-oh.
Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them.
Suddenly different art. Episode title, I'm not sure how Leo Lionheart learned how to roar. I've used that too much.
But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us.
If only that's how it worked.
Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice.
Well, fuck you too, monster.
A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us.
Oh.
Surely you can help us find a way to solve this."
Oh.
The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure.
I don't like this story.
The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin."
Bruh.
The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing.
How do they localize Bohemian Rhapsody? They called it Bohemian Ecstatic. Like excited.
The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after.
I hate this!
The kitten left the mountain for good.
Nahida, you've got fucked up taste, my girl. Jesus Christ.
Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content.
You hate this kitten? What are you talking about, Stu? What's wrong with this kitten? He's not an allegory for anyone.
I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
Bitch boys of cat. Of course, the cat is his allegory.
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what.
No matter what!
To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless
I was gonna say,
times.
so Scaramouche's real goal this whole time has been to end
And
racism?
the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that
He
much
looks like
better.
Rex with a dumb hat? Nah, his bowl cut is still less cringe than Rex's stupid spiky hair and stupid short bangs.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see,
So
and we
Scaramouche is the
comprehend,
angry kitten,
but
yes.
the question still troubles us.
Scaramouche is the kitten and Dottore was the monster. Dottore was the monster who was posing as the fox. I kind of questioned her decision to make it seem like, oh, Dottore wanted to blend in, but I don't know, could be laying the seeds for him to get woobified later eventually. But yeah, no, the allegory is the fact that Dottore effectively set up the scenario for, him to be betrayed and hate people and yada yada.
So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face.
He would make a good Roy Mute, he would, actually, yeah. He's a bitch boy, but he's 10 times better than Rex. Yeah, Scaramouche is a bitch, don't get me wrong. Like, even with the slight woobification, like, he is a fucking smug asshole, and based on some of his lines, now that he's playable, it's not changing. That's not naturally changing just because of everything that's happened, thank God. Like, you can be a colossal bitch baby and still be a good character.
When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny.
Possession or very angry? What's the motivation? Anger. Anger and betrayal.
To others looking on,
no possession.
This may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot.
Yeah, no, Dottore or, like, other parties didn't, like, take over or possess him in any way. It's just that they put him on a very different path in life than he probably would have ended up with otherwise. Does that mean Lumination Henshin and turn into Drive? Yes. Although with her current brain hole status, I wouldn't recommend it. Because, Drive is a detective. Drive's actually smart. Luminate ain't too bright right now, but theoretically, yes.
Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahita's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Stu, you're simplifying it. Has he even mentioned his mom at all? Like, everything related to the mommy issues is background stuff that they haven't really gotten into at all. Like, it's obvious he doesn't think much of her, and like I said, the background lore is there. But, like, Stu is so hung up on the mommy issue part when, like, the actual main story has barely touched on that at all.
Good idea.
He's so mad.
Why don't
It's
you take her out
great.
for a walk to clear her head?
You got it. Come on, Traveler. You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk.
That is fake news. It's not. I played the game.
That'll be sure to lift our spirits.
I'm one of those lucky people who saw his
Really
first
tough being
appearance
the only one who remembers all that.
in that Fischl and Mona
Paimon's
event.
always here to help cheer you up.
Back then, we didn't even know about the Raiden connection. He didn't say nothing about his mama. Paimon, I'm going to replace you with Mr. Belt. Why do girls simp for this 10-year-old? Because every character in Genshin, for some reason, is older than they appear. And a lot of younger girls play this game, and a lot of younger girls develop the fucked up taste early on in life where they like the bad boys. Which, I mean, same, but I like them to not be 5 foot tall. You've seen 20-something simp for him again, like I said. It's weird. It's weird that there's an overabundance of these, like, smaller male body types when they're not supposed to be, like, children, like they're treated as adults in the actual story. So it's just kind of awkward. But none of these boys, none of the boys with this body type are supposed to be underage, as far as I know. Yeah, Secret collects all the males. Secret wants her harem, and she is valid for it. Your brother is 20 and he looks like this bitch boy? Oh yeah, yeah. Again, it's not unrealistic. I'm just upset that there are so many of them. Like, look at how many of the, look at how many of the short males there are compared to the tall ones. Like, it is not a very even ratio. I'm not hating on short guys. I just, look. I just want a buff tall guy that's actually buff and not just painted on abs, Ito. I just want more Barras, man. I want more chonky boys.
It's way better to stay here.
I want a proper himbo. I want more variety in general. Like I said, in general, like, the body type and gender distribution is kind of fucked right now. Like, we definitely need, like, just a 6 body type in general, and then we need to even things up a little because, like, there is such an overabundance of, I think, like, far and away the one with the most characters is the young teen girl, whatever you want to call this body type. This one has far and away the most playable characters of it. It's like, come on.
Join me on an adventure in ages. Come on, let's go. Adventure time.
How is the city this small still so big? Give us a fat chickerdood mihoyo, please. The ball's in your court. I'm waiting. Want more playable homies? I'm still hoping. Ninja, I had never thought of that theory you said the other day about Varka being a Siegfried XP, but holy shit, I want that to happen now. It'd feel very appropriate for Varka to be totally not Dante Devil May Cry.
Spices here. We've got all kinds.
Make him a Siegfried XP and give him a big-ass claymore.
We're here! What should we eat first?
I have a nagging feeling there's something I'm missing. Something important that I'm forgetting.
Hey, are you gonna answer or what?
Is it the fact that it literally wouldn't work the way we're assuming it worked? Aww! Look at Shorto and Mista in Disneyland. Oh, I'm happy for them. I'm happy they're having a fun date. Don't mind me just processing.
Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
Oh my god, am I actually gonna have a conversation without you? Come on, Brain, let's dig this out. It's gotta be in there somewhere. Something important I was supposed to do today. It's Nudie Magazine Day! You wouldn't hate him if he were fat. It would at least give you something to respect for being different. Fair enough. Oh, I miss Polnareff. Greater Lord Ukadvada, Forbidden Knowledge, Nahida.
Have you figured it all out?
I feel like I should be playing the Jeopardy theme. What the hell is this? T-Pay? Oh god, that's horrifying. Yes, that's it! I've come up with a new recipe! Ukadvada said that nobody can erase themselves from existence, and not even her. Again, we're really stupid for only just now remembering how this shit works. Otherwise, why would she need to create her own reincarnation unless Lord Kusanali to do the deletion for her? There'd be no point.
Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
Because I just remembered that I have a functional human brain. Crazy, right? He does have a cool hat, Stu. I think you're overlooking how cool his stupid hat is. Can't tell Paimon, she does not have a functioning brain. This is crucially important detail. It is simply not possible for the Balladeer to completely erase his own existence, in which case the question is, Where is he?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
Where did you get the new outfit? I was hoping we'd have to pick it out for him or some shit. That's the first thing you do after retconning your history? You get some new duds? You don't even have the vision yet. So that was totally padding, absolutely. Yeah, literally no reason for all that Inazuma side trip. Again, we could have easily just gone straight to Nahida. Good God. What do I think of the cat's evolution? It's cute. I like it. I like the magician look. It's put me in a bind because I don't know what to nickname mine now. I either want to do Trucy, Vilvi, or Magilu. They're all good. Oh wow, he's still alive. I can't believe it. Yay! Stu, he's alive! Yay!
Hey! Hey, wait!
You mean me?
Are you trying to steal food?
No, not you. That kid. Didn't you see?
Oh,
The
no.
rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off.
And then the male one, Arcana. Oh my God. Steve Arcana. Nyagilu. Nyagilu's pretty funny.
Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? The work's too boring for you?
You got a job?
Or has the big city got too many distractions?
You retcon yourself out of history, and the first thing you do is change your clothes and get a job at a fucking fruit cart?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss.
What the fuck?
I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something?
He's the one we're having a conundrum about.
He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
What? Stop being a woo, it's weird.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsettias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
God is alive and he works at a fruit stand?
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stuck with vanilla Goro? I will have actual Goro on my desk, like, within a week or two. As soon as Ami actually sends me my shipping notice. They are taking their sweet time on that for some reason.
Stop.
Pleasant Goro. He's
I'm
acting
gonna
like
level
Pleasant
with you,
Goro
kiddo.
right now.
I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I
Amnesia.
got greedy.
It
Couldn't
can't
believe my
be.
luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually.
It can't be. It can't be Amnesia. I've seen his fucking idol animations. I don't know why he's faking, but he's faking.
You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsettias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now?
Fucking follow him.
Okay.
Wait and
stay
see what his
outside.
fucking game
Don't
is.
let him see you.
Ah. So when is MiHoYo gonna whitewash the Valdir? Fine, I'll do it myself. Bruh, come on. He's got, I get it. Do the thing. Do the thing, you little shit. You'll do it faster in here. Do the thing. Not that! Fucking...
You want to use my hat as an umbrella? The audacity to even make that request.
See, he's still a bitch. He's still a bitch. He's faking. I don't know why he's faking, but he's faking.
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsetias? Isn't that a bit too cruel?
Don't tell me what I can and can't do.
Oh, alright.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back.
If I wasn't seeing it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. This is way more horrifying than when he was evil.
Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
Uh-oh.
He spotted us!
Does he think we don't know?
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice.
He probably thinks we don't know.
Have we met before?
Good God, those fruits are gigantic! Look at that shit! Holy shit! Those peaches are bigger than your head! What the fuck? Jesus Christ!
No, we haven't met. But you know me? I have no recollection.
What is your game?
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. We're an asshole. Oh, we're an asshole. You're a towel.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
Drop the act.
You were right. The look on his face.
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important.
You are a toy. I want to show you something.
Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
Then let's return to the city.
Fucking watching you, you little piece of shit. I swear to fucking God. I swear to fucking God if I spent $100 for Pleasant Boy Goro. Fucking drop the act. I don't know what nice ant crawled up your ass and is making you act this way, but you better fucking stop that shit right now. It's creeping me out. Yeah, so Ryan's just gonna forget that she had a kid. That's awkward.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want to pay for it. But look, it was pouring
when the other shoe
down,
drops,
and
I will
there
laugh
you
at
were,
your
sauntering
seething.
along without a care in the world, like you
As I
had
have
nowhere to
continued
be,
to
and
do
didn't
throughout
even
the
care that
evening.
it was raining.
Got him contacting the squad.
Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right?
Gazing into
Why is
the
this guy
abyss,
traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, you should go live your life.
KFC
But I
Espanol Twitter, what are you doing?
No, you're right.
I don't fucking have anywhere to go.
Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again for taking me into the city.
We'll play Bohemian
Don't
Rhapsody
mention
at the
it, kiddo.
funeral.
I've run into all kinds of characters over the years.
I just hope you find your path.
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
Let's see, I'm not walking all the way back up there again. Not doing it. Hatsune Miku away! Nahida, fix him. He's acting weird. It's creeping me out.
What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
Stop!
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
You say that you are trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Because I'm not a fucking weeaboo.
It seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called previous incarnation.
Yep, I have no experience with stuff like that whatsoever. What's a Rukkhadevata? Sounds Swedish.
I was gonna say, yeah, I didn't stop to think about that. I wonder if that's why. I still have to assume we're gonna have to fucking snap him out of it somehow, but yeah, like, by the same law, we didn't get to see with Rukkhadevata, because again, she was already dead. But, like, I wonder if he's from Inazuma, or he's, you know, from this natural reality or whatever. Then yeah, would that include him not being able to know who he is even?
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation?
You were a bitch, and we loved you for it.
Oh, okay. I see. You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation.
Where do I begin?
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear. But I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did, and many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You
Who is the
adamantly
bitch
believed
boy
that
pump?
you were missing a heart.
That's a good question. Not my Scaramouche, I'll tell you that.
Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
That's why we brought you aside and are telling you about it. He doesn't remember his name.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
Does this count as pulling an endgame? If there's no turnaround, then yes.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
Oh. That's why his coat looked familiar. Oh, God. Oh, terrible. He has my name? No. We're the Traveler. He's the Wanderer. It's completely different. He is in no way infringing on our copyright.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, a chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
Because this is disturbing and I don't like seeing you like this.
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street!
What if God was one of us? Hello, you all. I just bought some gluten and gluten-free cupcakes for everyone and toys for the kids. Merry Christmas, everyone. And if you don't celebrate Christmas, happy holidays. You deserve to have a nice treat anyway. Goodwill towards man and all that.
He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
I'm gonna bonk him on the head until he's feral again.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
Oh, okay, so this is how it'll work. He'll see his own memories and then he'll like kind of cycle back to crazy. It's like Xenoblade 3. That's fine. We're cool. Yo, coffee cake.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
Beautiful. I miss them.
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Do we trust this small child? Nahida? Oh, she's Pump, absolutely. Were you not here for her Archon quest? Pump, she is completely on the level. She is one of, if not the smartest characters in the game. She is the most competent of the Archons. This little cutie patootie is the most trustworthy and helpful person we have met. What episode was that? I don't number the Genshin episodes, but it's, I'll find it for you, 1 second.
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
Understood.
Yeah, her quest took place over a couple of parts, but the finale is, 1 second.
Thank you. Now, prepare yourselves, everyone.
Yeah, the final part of it is this one. You can skim that just to get some of the details if you want. The one where Stewie Griffin dies. The one where Stewie Griffin died. Yeah, but yeah, Pump. Yeah, he's such a bitch. Who would summon for this? Who would summon for this piece of shit?
No matter what lies ahead, I'll face it. Whatever it takes. I'm just sorry that you have to join me for the whole thing.
I made a huge mistake talking to you. Why him? Pump. I have one argument. Can any other character do that? No. QED.
It's time to get ready.
Oh, it's a domain. Yeah, like I said, he's still not fully built or leveled, but I've been using this team for the artifact domain. It works. How many summons? I don't want to talk about it. Has O's corrupted me to the state? Yes. Want him to be Pleasant Boy still? I don't.
Like Inazuma.
I want him to break. I want him to see all of these memories that he's finally been able to move past. I want him to experience all the shit again. I wanted to go flow in all at once, overwhelm his brain, and then end style, just fucking break down and go back to being nasty crime boy.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth, but be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world. Please be careful.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
All right. Thanks.
Cursed.
Wanderer, this is the Shakni Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
That's not his Balladeer incarnation. Balladeer was his Fatui name. Nahida, what the hell are you talking about?
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
These are my opinions, but I have a disturbing sense of enjoyment. I know that, right? What are you talking about, Neo? The fact that all my favorite characters are nasty pieces of shit with a lot of moral ambiguity to them, I'm aware.
I hear footsteps.
I am aware. I do not plan on improving or changing this stance anytime soon.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners?
I like it when characters have
there's
complexity.
No way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved, too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You have issues, woman.
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured?
Imagine only liking nice characters. Cringe.
And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi.
You will shoot yourself if he says hot dog, oopsie poopsie, golly gee willikers, or Rudy Toot Toot. I will too, JC. I will as well.
And the rest is history.
Back to work,
well,
Pump. You have a good
It used to be.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Morley Grabbit, you have your limits. Oh, I do too.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Like, there is a line, to be sure. It just kind of depends on how it's done and the overall quality of the work and, like, what the actual point to a character being that way is and what the message is and yada yada. It's not just a matter of, oh, this character's a feral, sassy asshole. Oh, I love them. It's about nuance. Like, I know, Stu's blindness, Stu being blinded by his mommy issues aside, Scaramouche is a character with a lot of nuance. He really is. Again, yeah, exactly, that's why Bowser sucks. Like, there's a big difference between characters like Scaramouche, Ankh, or Goro, and characters like Bowser or Evolto.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you
Yamato. Yamato is also a good one.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
A pleasant boy. That's not his voice. A pleasant boy. Ha! Never. I will always be dominating. I will never lose. Never. I am not coping Whatevs, Yamato. That is how it goes. That is what it do, you. I love one-time domains. They're great. I love being constantly paranoid that I'm gonna miss something. Outstanding. Kill Rex, you just feel like it always.
Whoa!
Too slow. Too slow.
Okay. Certain level of tolerance for you. It goes from highest to lowest. Scaramouche, Ankh, Yamato, and then Goro. In terms of those, the ones you tolerate the least to the ones you tolerate the most, Neo. Scaramouche being at the bottom. Out of those examples. Or other way. Are you not a Goro boy? Yeah, you said from highest to lowest, so. Okay, yeah, tolerate the most to the least. Okay, oh, you're not a Goro boy? Oh no, Neo! I can't say nothing. I was not a Goro boy either until Royal.
What are we doing back here?
When I have a character that's way too nice, does it bother me? No, not necessarily. It just depends on how it's done. If the character has, like, perfectly justified motives for, like, just genuinely being nice, and so long as it's not bleh, excessive or creepy, then I like nice characters. There are plenty of... For the record, whenever I talk about why people like Scaramouche for being a nasty crime boy or whatever, I like demean other characters saying like, oh, everybody else is nicey nice and is just... Their whole personality is nice or is overworked or both. There's nothing wrong with that. I like plenty of those characters. I like Ganyu. I like Jean. But it's just when there's so many of them and there's not much nuance beyond that, it gets old.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
Oh, is this the kid he befriended that fucking died? Oh, great. Y'all like dead children?
I was abandoned, like you.
We have dead
I lived
children.
Here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here. We can't stay.
Okay.
I'm going to eat my Charleston Chew while the small child
used
dies.
to make swords, but the factory manager died, and then my dad got sick. He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever.
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped to raise him. After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
The COVID is a bitch. You get why you're also reminded of the casualties he had that were unchanged in most of his development. Oh, Neo. Yeah, Neo, make no mistake. Goro is a terrible, terrible human being. And if if the hang-ups of him having killed that many people and not really getting any comeuppance for it, and it kind of being left by the wayside is a deal breaker for you, I understand that. Don't get me wrong. Because yes, his body count is astounding. But again, it's fiction. I didn't know those other people, so it's not like I can really resent him for it. It's of course always different if like a character kills somebody else, another character that you like or something. No, in the case of Goro, I'm content to just appreciate the moral complexity. And not worry too much about the bloody history, because that just adds to it.
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Thanks, game. Hello, I'm just here to help give everyone free hugs because you never know who needs a hug or not. But if no one wants to, that's fine. I respect everyone's personal boundaries and always ask for consent.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too.
Feel like this is the one he has the least reason to hold a grudge against. Like, the kid was clearly dying, dude. It sucks, don't get me wrong. I get it, but...
The voices have gone.
It's not his fault.
It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
Abby, yeah, The Last of Us 2 seems like a very, very poor example of that kind of stuff. Exactly. Again, even again, depending on how it's done, even when a character does kill a character I like, I can still like that person depending on how it's done, like what greater purpose it serves. Like, spoilers for a really good anime. Spoilers for Code Geass. Like Rolo killing Shirley. I actually do not mind Shirley as a character at all. Like she is
following me.
Effective for what she is. The normal schoolgirl to kind of ground things for Lelouch. Like, I like Shirley. I cried buckets when he murked her. But I also love Rolo.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I think Rolo is a fantastic
not to
character.
obstruct you. I've been waiting.
Oh, hey.
What
Ooh.
you are truly
Wait a
is
minute.
a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
The long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Bruh. Outstanding. No. No, Neo, you're right. Again, because that's why I hated him, and that's precisely why I hated him in Vanilla, was because his revenge plot is stupid. Literally had no reason to kill any of those people besides Daddy told me to. And even though I hate my daddy, I'm going to do what he tells me to as part of a very convoluted plan to kill him later.
Everybody stand back!
His whole scheme is just very stupid.
Have fun with this gift!
Squall and Fury!
This is
You dare to gaze upon me?
I finished. Miscalculated.
Get stomped on! No treasures?
Quit following me.
Who are you talking
Too
to?
slow.
Miku, you're not as mouthy. You won't yell at me for the crime of running with you.
This place is dark.
Paimon knows this place. It's the Delusion Factory in Inazuma.
In the original version of events, the Traveler once encountered the Balladeer here.
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar.
The reason you somewhat tolerate because you still have the friend you can
Well,
save.
well,
Oh, yeah.
my fair
yeah.
lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Well. Hey, guys, it's that lady who's never going to be playable, ever.
What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the Doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit.
Something
For
similar
the
happened in
task
God of
ahead,
War, really.
I suggest you keep your
It's
true
still better than Last of Us
feelings
2, though.
to yourself.
Also,
Save
yeah,
your
he
breath.
outranks you. What the fuck are
I
you
know
talking
what
about,
I have
lady?
to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely.
I'm just playing with this country, and I'm sure this will not come back to bite me in the ass in any way whatsoever.
Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now.
She is a literal pile of ashes. I still have some of them in my item inventory.
Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else.
But he is. He's literally above you. He's number 6.
Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Yep, you will totally be there, Senora.
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is? Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
You're actually glad that's the case. Is it weird? It probably is. Like I said, Senora, I still really don't like her design.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you
Feels like
think
it's
of
going.
a
Feels like it's just
nicer
trying
way
way too hard to be
express
sexy.
yourself?
But
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results and your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
what was I gonna say? Yeah, Senora, like I'm still not a fan. I'm less butthurt about her kicking Venti than I used to be. And again, a lot of her lore is super interesting. The Crimson Witch stuff. If they had actually gotten into that in any of the actual story, I would like her a lot more and actually probably be bummed that she's never going to be playable, most likely.
Following me.
But just as is, unfortunately, anything that could have actually made her interesting as a character is reduced to, like, artifact descriptions and shit. So I'm just kind of like, yep, she sure did die. Coworkers be like. Yeah, if she somehow still becomes playable somehow down the line, I'll be happy for the people who still want her, but just me personally, I'm still not really chomping at the bit for her. Like I said, I don't like her design. I think her mask is stupid. You like her design more than some other female character designs just because it's somewhat memorable than others. Again, like, it's definitely unique. It's mainly just the mask. I think her stupid, giant, lopsided mask that's also kind of an eye patch just looks dumb. Her dress is alright.
Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Curious what Il Capitano's like. I can't wait to meet him. He's probably the Harbinger I'm most excited about besides the Doctor. Who we've already technically, like, formally met, so there's nothing to look forward to him besides, like, him being playable eventually, probably. But Il Capitano's rad. I really want to see more of him. Also, he's voiced by Chris Tagliaferra in the dub, which is, you know, instant Kino.
Welcome. I look
speak
forward to a fruitful collaboration.
Speak of the devil. Also, don't call things fruitful. I'm having Nimona War flashbacks.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to
Genshin
move
designs are pretty difficult to beat, especially a lot of reasons. Yeah, you were saying you don't like a lot of
Nothing
recent
worse
ones,
than
too.
what I've been through before then, Doctor.
I disagree for the most part.
You were the most resilient test
I think
subject
all the
I ever
Sumeru
came
cast has been pretty
across.
neat.
Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you
Oh,
were
yeah, it's
under
Solon
orders
again,
to
that's
remain in the abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
Oh shit, did you also spend time in the abyss? Uh-oh. He also spent time down there. How come your eyes aren't completely dead inside like Child's?
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
Scara, I assume he was talking about him. If I misunderstood that, by all means, but I believe he was implying that Scaramouche spent time down there.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
Yeah, he does that.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Bejeebers? Bejeebers? I'll give Paimon 1 point. Just one, because I like the word bejeebers.
Let's move on.
If the abyss is what you think it is, you're not surprised he's okay. Then explain this man. Explain this man's dead inside eyes with no pupils or no whites, whatever you want to call it. If the abyss is actually nothing to be afraid of, then what the fuck happened to him? Easy, he's human. Ah.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
Who? Who are you asking? It's really funny out of context.
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
But without evil, there could be no good, so it must be good to be evil sometimes.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets?
Do you have to answer every question I ask you with another question?
Yes.
Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
My good friend Alicia could tell you all about it.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
Fell asleep during the main what happened, Minato? Nothing too much, just basically seeing a couple of more scenes of the stuff that happened with him up until now. We saw a scene of him talking to Signora. We saw, back in Inazuma, when that whole shit was going down, we saw him talking to Dottore and the Reddit people in charge of Sumeru, back when they were trying to make him into a god.
Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
My current identity is boring.
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences.
When is the Game Awards tomorrow?
As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with the void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next.
I drift tonight, carried by the waves.
But then I met you. And I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self.
The true meaning of the greater Lord Rukadevato's words: a person can't erase themselves, and even though the original balladeer has gone, this person will live on in his place. Are a person's sins inescapable part of their destiny?
I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours.
Eat the cube. Eat it.
You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Eat it! Oh! Xenoblade 3!
Set him free.
Oh!
A puppet? What's he doing here?
Oh, good, it's happening exactly like I wanted it to.
You're
yeah!
human as far as I'm concerned. Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my...
I regret everything. My life sucks.
Is he alright?
How? I already fought you this week. If I had to fight him at this party, I might actually be in trouble.
Hey! Are you done yet? Stop having an extra sense of life! Help us!
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
Yo! That is way cooler than an NPC getting it in that one fucking art arc was. Yeah! Yeah! America!
This is trying my patience.
Have you got all your memory pins now?
Have you got any more stupid questions? Evil human! The wind rises.
Why would they make me do this with just him? Evil.
You shall fall.
What's that, Stu? I can't hear you over the sound of how cool this is. You know, besides the fact that I'm dying. Why would they give me just him? Oh, wait, what? Oh, what? Oh, oh, is it the freebie? Do I get free heals? I think I get free heals.
insects.
I was gonna also his theme song is back. You hate him, but he's cool, right? Ain't it great?
Insignificant pest. My endless cycle begins! Squall and Fury. Feeble human!
I'm not sure what the point of writing it this way is. Again, like,
insignificant.
I guess it probably makes more sense that he forgot too. Artifacts are. Oh, I didn't even think to look. If I have to fight phase 2, I'll look. I didn't even look. They were probably noblesse because I was not doing any very good damage with him. Oh my god. Yeah, the only thing, again, one probably another way to pad it besides the whole Inazuma side trip. And 2, again, technically it probably makes more sense. Like, it's still kind of pointless overall, but like, I don't know. Again, we don't know enough about how this shit works because the person we saw with before was dead, but I guess it makes sense that he would forget it himself.
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
Thank God.
It disappeared. Did we win?
Headcanon? Oh no, that's not a headcanon. That's absolutely the implication. With the scene of him grabbing his old self. Like, I think that's absolutely the implication. Because again, even though he's an asshole, even though he's still kind of a little shit in all his voice dialogue that I've seen thus far, like, it definitely seems like he's not quite as unhinged. It's absolutely something of a merger, no question.
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self.
Thank God. Wait, do you know who he is again?
Wait, but it was you inside that thing too. What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
Thank God.
You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Me, myself, but not I. Terrible. No treasures. No treasures. Yeah, I didn't think to look what kind of artifacts he had on it. Was probably noblesse though, because I was not hitting that hard. Again, my Scaramouche is only level 80, not 90. Has scuffed, not fully level up artifacts, and does not have a signature weapon, and yet he was hitting harder than that demo was.
Welcome back, Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it.
Yeah, that's a dumb name. I don't know why we mostly call you by that instead of Scaramouche.
After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the 6th is.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
I mean, that was already obvious. I don't know why we'd call it that. That's a stupid way of phrasing it, Lumine. Or your brain holes are back.
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Scaramouche, Scaramouche, will you do the fandango? This is ridiculous. How are you supposed to do a spoken word version of Bohemian Rhapsody?
He found a way.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan.
She's so smart.
But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it.
Nahida doesn't see you in that way. She's just being pragmatic.
Oh, right. I almost forgot.
Yeah.
You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that.
That's very cringe, you know? Fucking Larry doing the Spider-Verse meme. Good God.
Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered. Including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well.
Hope you can find some answers. She won't. We won't know until... We won't know until we get to Conria. In 5 years or whatever. Shout out to Yuji Naka getting arrested again. Yo!
I will try.
Traveler.
Nani?
After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma?
To pad out the story. I mean, to know for sure how you changed the events.
So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how. Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back.
You did me a favor by padding this story out so that it could be an Archon quest and not just my story quest. Please don't make it sound like I'm extorting you.
Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
I don't like when you phrase it like that.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Or I could just fucking leave. How about that?
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too!
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Paimon, you don't remember half the bad shit he did to us. Shut the fuck up.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
Stu is Paimon. I can't believe Stu is Paimon. Stu, how does this make you feel? How does this make you feel that by hating Scaramouche, you now agree with Paimon?
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
That's not a good idea, Nahida. Look at Bongo Head.
No, Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Have you got anything?
Wait, what? Wait, what? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. This is way too much responsibility. Oh my god. I can obtain the item, an appellated stroke from the Archon quest. It'll allow me to change his name. Some names cannot be utilized. Once you rename this character, some interfaces going forward will display the name you've chosen. There is a limit of times you can rename this character, so do so with care. What the fuck? What was your text, JC? Sorry. If you name him familiar names like Child or his old name and title, he has different reactions? Really? Will that waste my token, though? Scrimblow Bimblow! Name him Freddy like Freddie Mercury? Oh my god, I almost want to. Holy shit. Alright, 1 second. One fucking second. He'll say I don't want it.
You can't be serious.
Let's give that some more thought. Call him Betty.
Have you got anything?
Bruh. Bruh, this is way too much responsibility. Naming another human being. Holy shit. Wind Riders, I am not naming him after Kenzen. Holy shit. Oh my god. A 13-year-old boy anime. Name him John Impact. I want to give him an actual good one. I would like to give him something actually appropriate. If you don't like this character, I'm happy for you. I'm not gonna name him Weekend Kid. I like this character, unironically. I would like to give him an actual name. I'm not naming him Daiji. Fuck Daiji. Shipu Sasuke. I am not naming him Sasuke. You are crazy if you think this character is anywhere near as poorly written as Sasuke. He also gets styling if I tell him my exact username, bruh.
You want to share your name with me? Huh. Not a bad choice.
Oh my god, why are you okay with that? Give it some more thought.
Okay.
Okay.
Have you got anything?
He's so chill about it. That's cute, though. Unironically, the biggest Sasuke stan? No, he's better than that. Oh my god. Roho. But he's blue. But he's blue now. I could call him Azul. Senor! What happens if I name him Raiden? What does happen if I name him Raiden?
Are you sure?
Oh, he's actually cool with that one. That's crazy. Let me give it some thought. Nothing you need to say about that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Have you got anything?
Name him that word for nobody that was in the Odyssey. What was that word for nobody? What is the Odyssey? What's the word for nobody? Oh my god, I hate this! This is way too much fucking responsibility. Why would they let me do this? Do I want to know how many of his simps on Twitter nicknamed him Baby Girl? Pazuzu! I could call him Pazuzu. Raiden made him to be like a successor originally, and all the Archons are named after demons. I could call him Pazuzu. I'm not naming him Mommy Issues. I want an actual cool name. I want an actual cool name. As funny as it would be to call him Schnooky Wookums or something he'd hate. I want an actual name. Shrek! Oh my god. Alon Beelzebrat. Again, an actual name. Otis is Greek for nobody. That's not awful. Name him Yamato. Yamato would be pretty goddamn funny. And he is from anime Japan. We don't have another character named that. And we're probably not going to be getting many more, if any, Inazuma characters. Fujin. Oh, to go with... yo, Win to go with Raiden. Call him Nero. God damn it. Oh, there's too many good ones. Oh, I hate this. Fujin to go with Raiden could be cool. Especially since he is Animo now. That's kind of neat. Call him Nero. Nero is good. Freddy would be good. This is the worst thing ever. Why would they do this? Poll? Poll. Fujin? Fujin's cool. Fujin might be the most appropriate thematically. I might just go with Fujin for now. Because I do like that idea. I will apparently have an opportunity to change it at some point. Just a limited number of options. What about Karmatrine? I would have to disable the Karmatrine option if I did a poll. I don't know. There's so many good options. There's also so many good options. I feel like there'd be too much of a divide. Fujin like in Fujo? No. Fujin and Raijin. The wind and thunder gods. What do we think is a good number? That's not too many. There's not a whole lot of people here today, but... Yeah, there's only like 15 people watching, and I doubt some of them are even gonna vote, so... 3? What are my 3 favorites? 9. Oh, is it down to 9? Okay. My bad, OBS takes longer to update. Yeah, I don't know. There's honestly no point in voting then, at that rate. There are not enough people watching this stream right now to have a poll with that many options. There just ain't. You're seeing 19 right now? I don't know. OBS is inaccurate, Twitch is inaccurate, it changes depending on, like, if you're actually watching the screen or not. Call him what my heart says. I think I like Yamato. I think Yamato sounds the coolest. Yeah, why is Yao Yao? When did I type Yao Yao? Did I, like, ask for Yao Yao in a survey and forget about it or something? Sam, like Jetstream Sam, that's also good. There's a lot of good options, there are, but we've been on the Devil Survivor train. We talked a lot about, you know, characters who are assholes yet still manage to be likable in their own way. It's Japanese, he's Inazuma. It's the same thing. I like Yamato. I think I'm gonna go with that one. Yao Yao with precure for Yao Yao? Yao Yao's not a precure. The memes. Traveler. If you want to use this opportunity to meme on him, I'm happy for you. But I actually like the character. I kind of want an actual name. I'm not naming him Yaoi. I'm curious to know how much Yaoi there is of him in Traveler after this quest. Then again, male Traveler's not as popular, so probably not much actually, but hey. Alright. How dare they? How dare they make me do this? He's a fucking Nazi. Scaramouche is canonically a Nazi. Keep telling yourself that, too. This'll do.
Oh, alright. If you say so.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
Still thinking. Stop rushing me!
Bongo head.
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one.
Where you gonna go next?
Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
I'm gonna tear off Dottoro's skin and wear it as a coat. Pie 2.
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see. That is up to you.
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been.
Kinky? I'm probably not going to do that. I am never going to talk to any of those NPCs again if I can help it, but fine.
No nonsense. I like it. All right, let's call it a day. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
This is why you find this guy more tolerable, because he humbled himself enough to take responsibility and also tries to at least pay back what he did. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, Goro technically did too. Maybe. Depends on if that part was a dream or not. He eventually turned himself in, but hey.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore. So we can finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
Paimon, you heard what I said. Stab.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
Or you could just, you know, not be in the scene.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night,
I
as
love
an old
random
man,
English
he had
author.
a dream.
He's great.
On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced.
I don't mind
and
this
there was
guy. At least
painting,
this guy's
dancing,
voice
and
actor
drinking.
sounds like he's having fun.
All these expressions of joy melted
Gamrick
down
shared
in
this
the
with me
furnace
earlier. Look
fire
at
and turned into red
Guido
clouds
and
that
Giorno.
rallied around the final sunrise
Look at
that
their
Mikoshi
Disneyland
Nagamasa
date.
saw in his lifetime.
Good for them.
Life
Good for them.
is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
Your story sucks. 0 stars out of 5. Hitting the dislike button. Pre-cure screenshots, just a lot of the ones we took during the Hugto watch through.
Beef or chicken?
Quit following me.
Whew, it's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back.
I'll buy us some food. Where's the option to say no, Paimon? I will buy myself food and you can fend for yourself.
Wow, great! Huh? Look at the vase.
Oh, do you not remember? You not remember breaking it?
Someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
Fuck you, Paimon, you're still worse. But the Balladeer's existence to change the world, so why is the vase still broken? Because the vase has nothing to do with the fact that a lot of people forgot that a guy existed, Lumine. Lumine? Lumine, why are you so dumb?
You sound lost and confused.
Hello?
I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Okay.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say?
Hydro God, which Honkai XP are you gonna be? You sound too old to be a Seele. You don't sound tomboyish enough to be a Fuhua. Do we have Dudu? Is Dudu Coin about to pay dividends? We had 3 guesses for who the Hydra one could be. It's either gonna be Fuhua, Seele, or Dudu. Dudu has no English voice actress, obviously, but this vibe feels like Dudu.
When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate.
Jean was never doo-doo. I don't think any of us ever thought Jean was doo-doo. She looked vaguely similar, but...
Like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase.
If this is
Hydra,
if this is Hydra, this is a really stupid, like, dramatic thing to end on. Like, of fucking course the vase is still broken. Again, why are we so dumb? Like, people's perception changing so that some guy didn't exist would not affect the physicality of objects. That's just fucking dumb, Lumine. That's not how the world works.
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voice has disappeared.
Well, I looked forward to finding out what the fuck that was about in like a year.
And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff?
Leave my eyes. Does she mean I should trust my memories?
Anyway, that face is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up?
She thinks it'll only take a year. That tends to be the schedule thus far. Arguably too optimistic, but hey. Inazuma felt like it took a hell of a lot longer, but Inazuma was only like a year out from the end of the Liyue patch.
It feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
I wonder what else awaits me in the future! Yeah, that was really, really cool in some ways and really, really silly in others. Like, all the actual stuff involving, this nasty crime boy and him retconning himself out of reality, like, that's a great premise. That's an interesting way to go about justifying him being playable, but, like, good God. There was so much padding on that one. Like, the entire Inazuma trip did not need to happen. I know they tried to bring it back at the end by saying, like, oh yeah, Scaramouche wanted to know that everything was okay.
Quit following me.
Like, he totally would have wanted to know what happened there, and so, like, that justifies doing that, but just, I'm sorry. It was pointless, and again, it just kind of makes the main character look stupid. Because, like, this premise is not as deep as they seem to think it is. We've seen it happen before. We know how the shit works. Like, we had no reason to be worried that anybody back in Inazuma had just gotten retconned out of reality or whatever. Is this my rename? Alright, so I have one do-over. I have one do-over on the name if I decide that I don't like Yamato. They gave the Protect the same amount of IQ as the usual Genshin Reddit fan, good God. Yeah, again, I know you're not the biggest fan, Stu, but, like, again, I've been very impressed with the game as of late. That quest was probably the weakest out of the whole Sumeru batch so far, because, yeah, like, that was very obviously padded. I have no idea why they decided to do it that way. It was hugely, hugely unnecessary. But, besides that, when it wasn't being padded, that was really good. I enjoyed that. I'm glad that this little shit is still a little shit. Oh, I just realized it has his name in my party too. What the fuck? Yo! Oh, this is once again, this is way too much power. This is absolutely way too much fucking power for any human being to have. Good God. There are so many 10-year-old girls who are gonna call him baby girl.
Relax.
That's fucking terrible, and so are you. But alright. But yeah. Yeah, patting aside, that was good. Genshin is very exhausting to be a fan of sometimes, because again, it's one of those things where when it's good, it's so good. But when it's bad, it is a chore to sit through. And his name is John Cena! Scaramouche leaving, Lumine.
You think I've got a sharp tongue?
Oh,
I just tell it like it is. If someone can't handle it, maybe that's their problem.
So Pokemon, I was gonna say, yeah, we've had this conversation recently. It's a lot like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, right? Just highs and lows. Very rarely can the game just be okay. It's either pure Kino or, dear God, I can feel myself aging. But hey, overall, I'm happy with that. Pretty good stuff. I don't regret spending money. I slightly regret spending money, but not because of him, just because in general, I always regret spending money. Feels like Amazon Season 2. I wouldn't go that far. I think the stuff that made it bad or not... I think the stuff that made some of the stuff in that quest bad is not the same as the stuff that made Amazon Season 2 bad. Like I said, just a general excessive amount of padding and treating the characters and audience like they're stupid, which again, good chunk of Genshin's fanbase is underage girls. Or just underage people in general. Like, maybe they need it spelled out for them like that, but good God. I'm interested in that ending. That was a weird way to end it, and I don't know why she'd have any interest in what's going on. Or how she'd even know what was going on. Because if it was the Hydro Archon, like we're assuming it is, then she's the god of justice. Hey guys, thoughts on my new Halloween costume?
Why are you dressed in an all white with a hood?
Don't worry about it. Now Stu can Yamato post in Genshin and in Devil Survivor. You're welcome, Stu. Yamato posting is forever. It is eternal. Oh, God. Poor Mousy Mouse. But, alright. Yeah, issues aside, that was pretty solid. Again, I really like playing as the character. Sad I can't get his weapon, but what you gonna do? Hopefully, next time it'll rerun with something I actually need duplicates of. Congrats to the Nazi on his coming out party. You love to see that. Look, hopefully I'll be able to get him a proper artifact set and get him properly leveled, use him to his full potential, because he's a lot of fun. Definitely. If you want to pull on this man just to be able to fly, then you probably will not regret it. It's a pretty handy utility. I don't know if I'd say pull for him over Kazuha. If you don't have Kazuha yet, he might be a little bit better overall, but I don't know. Tomorrow is the Game Awards. I was talking about the possibility for download my data for Honkai. It's maintenance time. Is it? I think I preloaded already. I believe I did. If not, I will probably do that after this. But yeah, that took four. Because they padded that out so much. That took 4 hours. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call it slightly early, and we'll watch some more Stone Ocean in the Discord. If you even play Genshin, you'll get hit and get him. You'll delete Genshin forever. But yeah, we're done with this for now. There's a new event coming up soon. I'll probably do what I did last time and wait for all the time gating segments to be done and then just do it all in one night. Tomorrow we have Dorito Pope Awards. We'll be watching those. And then probably back to Pokemon over the weekends. Alrighty. I'm excited. We will suffer through the Game Awards. The Game Awards are bullshit, but at least we'll be there and suffering together. So look forward to that. Until then, thank you all very much for joining me. Special thanks to Fusion, Ninja, Go-Kart tier patrons. If you want to help support me struggling with nicknames, check out links in the description. Love you guys. Nighty-night.